Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 22nd, 2025 Montclair Township Council regular meeting. We're so glad that you chose to join us this evening. This is a regular meeting of the Council of Township of Montclair. It's being broadcast on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair's TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-038 adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting on February 25th, 2025, advertised to the official newspaper on March 6, 2025, posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, please, for the roll call. And I apologize for starting before you were ready, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham.
Here.
Councilor D'Amato.
Here.
Councilor Lockman. Here. Councilor Toller.
Good evening, present.
Good evening. Councilor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present. I would like to add to the agenda as pending Ordinance D, where is it? It is the ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicle and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. It's Ordinance 0-25-16 on second reading. I'd also, at this time, like to ask to withdraw resolutions number 18 and 19 until a special executive meeting of the township on the 29th of April, specifically for the purpose to discuss the interim township attorney.
You want to?
I so move.
I'll second it. You want to have a special meeting? I'm sorry, what day?
Next Tuesday.
May I ask who scheduled this and where, was this discussed with anyone? Are we just all supposed to be available next week?
I'm not sure who is and who's not. I am suggesting that it would benefit us all to be able to discuss the candidates that should be considered for an interim township attorney, and that it should be done in a thoughtful manner, and suggesting that it be done at that time.
So can we discuss in executives? I think we are going into executive session tonight. So can we hold 18 and 19 till after that executive session?
We can.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. At this time, we have a couple of proclamations. We have a We have the proclamation that I see most of you that are here are probably waiting for, so let's do that one first. It's our wonderful township proclamation for designating the week of April 21st to 27 as Earth Week in Montclair. And as everyone that is here to stand with us on this proclamation moves forward, please, if anyone is here for a Family Service League proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, can start moving towards the front of the chambers, and that will be next in line.
I like Earth. Yes, I do too. Township of Montclair, New Jersey proclamation designating the week of April 21st to 27th as Earth Week in Montclair. Whereas Earth Day is an opportunity to renew America's commitment to preserving and protecting the state of our environment through community service and responsible stewardship. And whereas all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment with economic growth and opportunity. And whereas the global theme for Earth Day 2025 is Our Power, Our Planet, focuses on renewable energy and urging a global shift towards clean energy sources. Earth Day focuses on engaging governments, institutions, businesses, and the more than 1 billion citizens who participate annually in Earth Day to do their part, everyone accounted for, everyone accountable. And whereas on Earth Day, let us recognize the role that each of us play to increase awareness about the importance of environmental education and spur progress towards global environmental and climate literacy. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair hereby proclaim April 21st to April 27th, 2025 as Earth Day Celebration Week in the Township of Montclair, and encourage all citizens to learn about ways they can improve the environment. Thank you.
We're so fortunate in Montclair to have many groups that are very, very focused on the environment. We'd like to thank our Environmental Commission. We'd certainly like to thank our PRCA Advisory Board. I see we have the chairperson, Marcia Almeida, here. I know that you all work very tirelessly on environmental issues, and certainly we have Northeast Earth Coalition, and we have the founder and chair, Jose. So would you like to take the mic and say something for us? And we thank you for your work for how many years now? It's been 25 years. Thank you. And if there are other environmental groups that are here, and I didn't call you out, and you would like to acknowledge and stand with us, don't be bashful. Come on down and give us your name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my pleasure and honor to be here tonight. Celebrating the Earth Day is a big thing, especially for us who are taking care every day, not only in our community, but beyond Montclair. And Montclair has been a leader, a role model for other communities, and we want to continue accomplishing more things on behalf of the Montclair community. Thank you.
Thank you so much from all of us. Yes.
There are, I would just mention, there are probably wherever you live. Sorry, thanks so much, Jose. Thank you. Yeah, Marcy?
Yes. Janet. Good evening, Council. I would like to extend a warm invitation to everybody here to join the Montclair Park Recreation and Cultural Affairs Advisory Committee for an annual townwide park cleanup. This Saturday, April 26th, starting at 9 a.m. The schedule of the different parks are on TV 34, and on different flyer and every social media that you can think of. This is our maybe fifth year organizing this event in celebration of spring and Mother Earth. It is not just about cleaning up our beautiful parks. It is also about community, working side by side with friends and neighbors, and meeting new people along the way. Helps build the kind of positive, connected environment that make Montclair such a special place. I had to say, Ward 1 has 2 parks, Yankatu and Tours. The second one has Bonsall. Carlisle is N.J.S.A.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. N.J.S.A is also going to have a cleanup on this Saturday at 10 o'clock for anybody that would like to join the N.J.S.A Park cleanup. Thank you. We got a request for an additional proclamation. Is there anyone that came for the Sexual Assault Awareness Month? Anybody like to read this? Thank you.
So I am here reading the Township of Montclair Proclamation, Family Service League's Save of Essex County program. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month was first nationally recognized in April 2001 to increase awareness of sexual violence and its profound impact on individuals and communities. And whereas studies indicate that over half of women and more than 1 in 3 men experience sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes, with the majority of survivors knowing the person who harmed them, underscoring the urgent need for education, prevention, and survivor-centered support. And whereas studies further indicate that individuals in the LGBTQIA+ community are at an increased risk of experiencing sexual violence, with 47% of transgender individuals, 2 in 5 gay men, and 1 in 8 lesbian women reporting experiencing sexual assault or violence in their lifetimes. And whereas sexual violence does not discriminate and affects individuals of all gender identities, races, ethnicities, ages, and socioeconomic backgrounds, survivors often remain silent due to fear of blame, shame, disbelief, or re-victimization, making it crucial to foster a culture of belief and support. And whereas the goal of SAM is to bring visibility to the issue of sexual violence and promote prevention efforts symbolized by the teal ribbon, which represents trust, devotion, and healing. Whereas Family Service League, established in 1881, is a nonprofit organization committed to strengthening and supporting individuals through counseling, sexual violence advocacy, and education. Family Service League provides trauma-informed services to survivors, their loved ones, and the broader community. And whereas, I'm just going to read these. Whereas since 2015, SAVE has answered 4,145 hotline calls, provided 1,344 accompaniments to survivors at hospitals and law enforcement agencies, and served 4,750 survivors of sexual violence through various services. Since 2017, SAVE has provided 15,570 sexual violence counseling sessions, Additionally, since 2021, SAVE has facilitated 1,653 Uber rides to ensure transportation challenge survivors have safe and reliable transportation to access services. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township of Montclair formally recognizes April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, commends Family Service League's SAVE of Essex County program for its unwavering dedication to supporting survivors, educating the public, and advocating for a future free from sexual violence, and calls upon all residents to take an active role in prevention and awareness efforts within our community. Thank you for your work, and I know those were very sobering statistics, but I do believe we need to be aware of them, and thank you again for your, and if there's anything you'd like to say.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Town Council members, and the community. I would like to thank you on behalf of my team, our board, and the survivors that we serve for recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This is our second proclamation with Montclair, and this just underscores the importance that you give to this cause. And together, I'm sure
Thank
that we will work, harder to help and, extend the necessary services to the victims and survivors in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
At this point in time, we are going to move into public comment. Mr. Fan, how many residents do we have signed up, please, for public comment?
6 people.
Excuse me, Mayor, the minutes.
Okay, okay. I hope that everybody has received a copy of the meeting held on April 8, 2025. Has everybody received them and had an opportunity to look at them? Are there any corrections? Motion to adopt?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Thank you. Mr. Fan, please, can you tell us how many people we have signed up, please, to do the public comment? We're going to go into public comment.
So far, probably 10 people so far, Mayor.
10 people is good. We'll try to get through the public comment, making sure that people please stop before your 3-minute cutoff time, not, after the 3-minute cutoff time. And we did really well at the last meeting. I'd like to compliment everyone. We didn't have, disrespectful comments about individuals, because we're trying to stay away from individual comments. But we want to welcome you all to come and share with us your concerns and things that we can work on together. So who is number one, please? Our first guest, please come down.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dear council members, my name is Jose German Gomez. I has been a resident of Montclair for 25 years. I am here tonight to introduce a proposal for a resolution declaring Montclair as a BUSA city. Montclair has a strong tradition of leadership in environmental matters in the state of New Jersey, the first township to institute curbside recycling, the first National Wildlife Federation certified community wildlife habitat in the state, and number 9 at national level, a designated Monarch USA city, host township of the pollinator pathway, and the second New Jersey township to pass a native vegetation ordinance. Now, Montclair has the chance to continue this tradition by becoming a BCCPS USA affiliated. All that is required is for the council to pass a resolution, which I shared already for email. We hope that the council will pass the resolution as soon as possible so that we can use BCCPS program to educate the Montclair community on steps that they can take to make our township a more welcoming place for native bees and other pollinators so essential in sustaining our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Driver. I'm here as a representative of N.J.S.A students from Rutgers and New Brunswick, so we've come quite a far way today. We are a student-led nonprofit organization that works on various environmental and social issues, and we just came up here to support this B-City resolution and just talk a little bit about what it means to us.
Hi, everybody. I'm N.J.S.A. I'm the upcoming chair of N.J.S.A. I would like to thank the council for hearing us out tonight, as well as Jose for working with us. But yeah, so the issue is, given the Garden State, New Jersey loses about 50% of our bee colonies annually due to a lot of reasons, mainly the use of harmful neonic pesticides. Growing up personally to me, I mean, I'm from North Jersey originally. I'm from Mahwah, so not too far from here. And I grew up gardening with my grandmother, learning the importance of these creatures. And they pollinate about 70% of the food we eat, and this is a vital resource. And it's really disheartening seeing that we're losing them and that our kids are growing up not understanding the importance of our bees and what they mean for the state. So I hope by passing this initiative and, you know, reducing pesticide use and focusing on bee education, but really most importantly, focusing why we need the bees and finding a way to save them as a state is really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bowen Williams. I am the upcoming secretary for N.J.S.A, and I would like to drive home the point of the importance and relevance of keeping bees safe. As the Garden State, we produce a lot of food. 1/3 of all food that is eaten by New Jerseyans is produced by bees in some way, shape, or form through their pollination. It is crucial that for our safety and the safety of not only the other people in New Jersey, but also our nearby states, we must protect these bees and we must protect our agriculture. Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. My name is Lynn Stockhammer. I live on 16 Forest Street, and others will be speaking a lot better and more eloquently than I, but this is regarding 2 South Willow Street. This town has a history of enriching developers over the common good. Our city planner, who does not live in Montclair, has had tenure throughout mega projects lining the pockets of Stoller. The first iteration of 2 South Willow caused major disruption to traffic, the environment, and the general quality of life. And why does 2 South Willow, with its already extraordinary rents completed just a few years ago, need an upgrade? There is room for a pet washing station, but where is there room for more trucks and equipment in an already attenuated, for all purposes, one-way street with two-way traffic? How does this deal permit 10% affordable housing while our code mandates 20%? I'm asking that genuinely. I don't understand it. I'm very ignorant of that. Please examine extending the, a few more seconds. Thank you. Please examine extending the terms of this handover to the greedy for an agreement which we will be locked into for decades. But what really, really pisses me off, and what should outrage everyone, is that the interim township attorney managed within one meeting to libel 2 classes of people, esteemed lifelong members and leaders of the Montclair community, women and African Americans, venomously calling Councilor Toller a liar and slinging out to our mayor, Dr. Baskerville, that, quote, "you're just going to vote no anyway." This council remains silent. This is typical, blatant, immoral behavior, well beyond the category of microaggression, that cannot be hidden behind your water bottles, and it cannot, and we will not allow this to be disguised.
Next guest, please.
That detailed reasons you should, that the construction permit that was issued for the grandstand and the press box should be revoked, as there was no theory that that was properly issued. I'm not going to go through all of that. The board, the State Department of Education, and I want to discuss the whole project, sent a letter in September 1st, 2022 to the Board of Education that said the following facilities are ineligible for state funding, and I'll come back to why that meant they were required to go to the Board of Adjustment. Renovation work to include replacement of the natural grass field. Work includes new bleachers, pitchers, bullpen, and batting cages, and then it goes on to the grandstand and press box. And then also in bold it said, all needed outside approvals are required. Now, whether that just applied to what was in bold, which is the only thing I'm particularly concerned about, or everything that was listed, doesn't matter, but clearly it at least applied to those. There was a court hearing a week or so ago on the neighbor's motion to intervene in the case. It was argued for an hour and a half, so even though I think some of the opposing attorneys thought it would be dismissed out of hand, it wasn't. The judge ended the hearing by requesting that the Board of Education send a response as to why the September 1 letter that I just referred to did not require them to apply, and why they were relying on a decision, a court decision prior to the adoption of the Educational Facilities and Construction Act, and then required your attorney to explain whether the township had any authority to settle a case in a manner that neutralized the role of the zoning board, which by statute is a separate body that the township attorney legally under the municipal land use law can represent neither the planning board nor the Board of Adjustment. So clearly there was no ability to bind us. So I am urging you to tell your attorney that what she should write is that the settlement agreement did not do that, and it is and that she should say that and as her brief has said, that they are required to apply to the Board of Adjustment. I have like 3 more minutes, but the State Department of Education regulations implementing the Educational Facilities Construction and Finance Act specifically require for other facilities, which includes grandstands, ball fields, etc., to get all necessary approvals required by statute. That is what applies. There is no basis for the Board of Education to say they are exempt from review. The statute, the regulations are clear. Please rescind the permit and require them to apply. No one is saying the baseball team can't use the field for this season, but it is necessary that they comply with the law now.
Thank you. Next guest, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members.
Good evening.
I'm Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and I'm a 66-year-old lifelong resident of Montclair. At the last council meeting, I was stunned by the numbers attributed to traffic accidents, pedestrian injuries, and deaths. As someone who took my first steps, crossed my first street, rode my first bike, and learned to drive in this town, I wondered how streets that used to be so safe have become so treacherous. Geographically, Montclair covers 6.3 square miles, and the population has seen mild fluctuations since the year 2000. What has changed dramatically are the demographics of that population. Street safety has become such a priority that Montclair has adopted the Vision Zero Task Force and Complete Streets Initiative with the goal of eliminating traffic and pedestrian injuries and deaths. While the population has remained relatively stable, the density of that population has become more localized. All along the Bloomfield Avenue environs, there are many luxury apartments and condos that have saturated the downtown area. Increased density puts more pressure on existing infrastructure like roads, water, and waste systems. It is no coincidence that we are seeing far more water main breaks than ever before. Increases in traffic congestion are undeniable. All across town, there are lines of traffic at railroad crossings, stoplights, four-way intersections, and along Bloomfield Avenue that we've never seen before. There is a psychological toll that takes effect when driving under stress, anxiety, and frustration. This can lead to aggressive driving, impaired driving ability and decision-making with reduced situational awareness. This type of driver is more likely to drive faster, take more risk, and have less empathy for others. When you combine all of these factors with the sense of entitlement that some feel is their birthright, it is no wonder that walking, biking, and driving in Montclair has become so dangerous. What used to be an easygoing, mellow vibe with a strong sense of cross-cultural community has now become a frantic hustle lacking social cohesion. People are even assaulting one another over parking spaces. Montclair has bent over backwards, sideways, and unfortunately forward to become something that is 6.3 square miles of geography and infrastructure and reputation for diversity is not capable of maintaining. The first step to getting out of this hole is to stop digging it. Remember those words the next time you see a photo of someone with a shovel in their hand breaking ground on some new luxury building. Capitulation to developers and special interests has so warped the thinking of the policymakers in Montclair that they can't recognize the hypocrisy of advocating for street safety while denying that South End needs Firehouse 3. Vision Zero and complete streets have become necessary because we'd rather treat the symptoms than cure the disease. Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hi, council members, Mayor Baskerville, council members, Eric Payne, 70
Good
South
evening.
Fullerton Avenue. I've been living in Montclair now for 11 years. I'm here to talk about the cannabis. As many of you guys know, as I've been coming here the last couple of years, I'm trying to bring cannabis businesses here as we at Night Owl. So the recent exit of Ascend and the recent awarding of Citrus of the licenses has created now 3 licenses, 3 cannabis dispensaries on Bloomfield Avenue, about a block away from each other. So we were originally going to go into the DLV. The DLV proved not to be feasible for us to go into. So at that time, with the previous council, as many of you might know, you were here, I came here and lobbied the council to see if we can get a change of address, and found out after the fact that it needed to be amended, the ordinance needed to be amended to allow us to do that. Cush Connection was having a similar problem. And you know, as this rollout, the state rolls out a new business, as you guys all know, there's a growing process going through. And so that's what we're finding out as we've gone. And so once we were able to get it finally passed, you know, it was some bumps in the road, there was some questions about how many readings it needed. We finally got it passed with the help of you, Councilman D'Amato, and all the rest of you. And now we're in a situation where Cush has moved over on Bloomfield Avenue and the old luxury car dealership. Now I understand that Citrus might go into the former Dunkin' Donuts at Midland, and we were looking to go into CVS, the old CVS space. And once that happened, I heard about Citrus coming to town. I then approached and see if we can go into the Ascend space. Been talking to them, but it seems that it's a while and they don't know what they're going to do. Actually, I was talking to the owner of the building to see what the possibility. So I'm here to ask that possibly I had a conversation with Councilman D'Amato and you, Councilwoman Toller, about opening the commercial district on Valley Road to extend to perhaps Bellevue or Lorraine. And that would allow all of the businesses, all of the cannabis dispensaries in town to have a better shot at success. And you know, having us bunched up in one area doesn't serve anybody. So had to keep moving, a lot of moving parts for this, but for us, that would be better. I mean, we could move it, waiting to find out what Ascend is going to come or go. That's a longer process. So, I mean, I understand that there might be some projects and it's more revenue, maybe some things in that area of town that might benefit from some of the revenue that would be generated. Councilwoman Toller, you made some suggestions to me, but you know, I want to emphasize that, Carmel, I see you shaking your head a little bit, so I don't know, but I want to emphasize that, you know, what happens with, really briefly if I can, what happens with this is that you know, the regulations here, we're not trying to have any signs or anything like that. You know, guys know the regulations. They don't want to have a whole nother Joe Camel situation where it appealed to the kids and stuff. So to let you know, if that were to happen, we will make sure that it's nondescript for adults. Thank you.
So, Mr. Payne, did you send us all a copy of something in writing, just so that we know, have all, you
Absolutely.
sent it to us, an email or something?
I
Or
will, I will.
Thank you,
Yes.
please.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Councilwoman Lockman?
Just one point. I did want to say that I agree with you 100%, that it seemed to me when this law was passed that it was all directed towards the Bloomfield Avenue corridor, where
Sure.
to me, the ideal places would have been by the Acme or up in that direction.
Yes,
But
yes.
the former council said, no, it's going to be all in, this little area, and that's it. So
I agree 100%.
I'm
And
with
there's a number of vacancies over there now, too, and there's also a lot that some of the people I'm talking to would be willing to build on, so that creates
We got
that revenue as well, so.
anyway.
yeah.
Only if we can have a dive bar in the first ward. That's my praise.
There you go. I have one question. You guys have, the next council meeting is a conference meeting. If you guys decided to put it on, would that be, I know there's it takes 2 meetings, so I'm just.
So we are in the process of reviewing how we do some of the things with the meeting. So if you can just get us the information that you would like for us to have as soon as possible, it'll be great,
I
and
will.
we'll make sure that it's not ignored.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next guest, please.
Number 7.
Number.
Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. The audited financial statements for 2 South Willow disclose the building cost of $81 million. So based upon an all-cash sales price of $96 million, Stoller made a profit of approximately $15 million, leaving the residents to pay for all the infrastructure improvements necessary to overcome traffic and safety issues that come with building unwanted density in a suburban community. How was it determined the developer needed a 30% pilot discount annually? The Montclair Times quotes the planner stating the planning board is not meant to consider the financial viability of specific projects or buildings, claiming it's the council that deals with the finances. So then it's the council that colluded with the developer and cheated residents out of $500,000 a year to support wealthy real estate developers become wealthier. Every issue and conflict raised in connection with every development deal the township planner has shepherded is riddled with errors and problems that were predicted by the public. What about the series of mistakes that cleared the way for more than triple the number of units at 37 Orange Road, 46 instead of 11? Another Brian Stoller project that was granted multiple variances for reduced parking in exchange for a publicly accessible plaza. Tally is Stoller's fairy godmother. September 9th, 2010, Tally describes her role saying she makes sure development actually happens as it's planned. March 27th, 2014, I'm quoting from the Montclair Times. Tally says the township hopes to come up with alternative transportation strategies rather than just relying on the car. November 6, 2014, Stoller promises shuttle service from Valley and Bloom and the MC Hotel connecting with Bay and Walnut Street train stations. After more than a decade, despite all the promises and claims, the added density has come with more cars, dangerous streets, and expensive taxpayer finance solutions. And there is a long list of concessions made by the planner in exchange for benefits that have never been paid, on top of the failure to provide affordable housing to residents that was promised. February 10th, 2011, Tally claims she is addressing the housing affordability issue. If Tally does what she claims, why has every plan she implemented only benefited the developer? The best interests of this community have not been served by the township planner or any of the attorneys hired to represent the township. Attorney Burr repeatedly and willfully violated the law. Attorney Garcia openly admits that he doesn't follow the law. Attorneys Fregemill and Schwartz weaponize the government to protect criminals using our tax dollars, and this council's majority of 5 blesses their contracts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Avery. And so I'm going to remind everybody again, please, it's one thing if you're giving like a quote or something like that, but we would like for you to please try not to just make negative statements that are casting a pall on individuals who are...
It's the truth, and the facts have to come out.
Thank you, Ms. Avery. I'm going to just suggest as someone who presides over this meeting that it is best that we do not cast a pall on individuals who come in here and work very hard for this township, and many of us work with them daily. Sure, we all have our personal opinions. I am just suggesting, and I am aware of the law, I'm just suggesting that these meetings run much better if we do not make statements solely for the purpose of harming individuals. Next guest, please.
Mayor, can I say one thing as well? To me, it sounds like a lot of what is being criticized here are redevelopment projects.
Yeah.
And redevelopment projects are approved by the governing body. So if you have issues with a redevelopment project, take it up with the council. I'm not saying that there's not criticism to be had, but the planner is not the ultimate decider on redevelopment projects. I just think that should be clear to the public.
Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council. Daniel Cruz. I gave to the Madam Clerk a brochure that I'm distributing around, learning how to be a more effective communicator on this side of the dais. One of my neighbors told me a rumor that down my street somebody was developing building offices, which I found to be quite odd since building offices being plural. So I started trying to do some research to see what was actually being built. And what I came across was a discrepancy, I think, in the ordinance, since the planning and zoning department have I think they have a standing practice. I'm not certain on that part. Of doing like internal review if an application is sent to the building department, but if it's sent to zoning first with like a zoning application, then they get a zoning permit. Both of these projects received construction permits without zoning permits, and it says in the code that if you're going to build an addition, you need to have a zoning permit. I don't know which one is right, the ordinance or planning and zoning department, but I think that would be something that's important to get checked for clarification so that the public is a little bit less confused. When I sent my first Oprah to the building department, I got a lot of information back. Then I sent a second Oprah to community services for engineering plans, but I was a little bit too vague, and I understand sometimes if you're vague in Oprahs, you may not get the information you need. So then when I sent my Oprah a second time with more specific information, I still did not receive plans, which I know exist. I think the response was no responsive record. So I was a little bit curious as to why, even though I exactly cited what plans I was looking for, nothing came back, especially given this interesting discrepancy. The only thing I could say conclusively is what I mentioned in the beginning on pages 1 and 2, which is that there's this, conflicting information between planning and zoning and the ordinance. Beyond that, I genuinely don't know because I don't have enough information because I couldn't look at the plans. The impervious coverage calculation sheet on page 7 doesn't seem to make any sense. And if you look at the construction permits, it clearly says that there's going to be an addition. So anyways, just something I think the council should take a look at for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Let's go to Norm.
Thank you. Appreciate your hearing me. Glad to see a lot of strong individuals behind the desk here. Very good. I'm going to change the way in which I present my point. I want to talk about the accessory dwelling units. I disagree with the 30-foot limit on the units. I think it restricts the ability to have flexibility in the yards. Most of our lots are very rectangular, or at least 50% of the lots at Montclair are very rectangular, and having the ability to put a rectangular building in a rectangular lot is a lot easier to facilitate a good design. While we're here for Earth Day, let's talk about solar design. So if you want to design a building that's standalone and has no carbon footprint, it's really important to stretch it out long and put a lot of glass on the south. So if you took an ADU unit at 800 square feet and made it 50 feet long and 16 foot wide with a single loaded corridor out the back, you could have lots of glass on one side, and you could have a beautiful garden, relatively low roof, and, you know, it's an opportunity. As far as impact to the neighborhood and impact to the neighbors, I feel that the setbacks and the height limitation keeps the building small enough that whatever size it is, it's not imposing on the neighborhood or on the neighbors. So for those reasons, I suggest that we delete the 30-foot requirement. If there is a reason to have a limit, let's make it a lot longer than 30 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, Mr. Gifford? Oh, well. I just want
Mr.
to say
Gifford,
that the points that you raised when we met, we're taking them under consideration
Yeah.
at the planning board. So don't fret, change may be coming. Okay?
Thank you.
There you
I
go.
appreciate it.
Thank you for raising the points, because you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Thanks, yeah, we already put it there, too. Yeah, great.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm Frank Rubacki.
Mr. Rubacki.
Haven't been here for a while. Don't take
to see you.
offense. Thank you. I didn't put him up to that, but he is an architect and a good one.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go into that. I'll save that for the hearing.
And by the way, I think you have a quorum of the zoning board people.
No.
No?
First up was not on my agenda is the Aubrey Lewis Sports Complex, mostly Ponds Field. I share the chair of the Zoning Board of Adjustments comments, and actually I'm quite angry about it, but I'm trying to be chill, and I would hope that you guys would do everything in your power to work with your attorneys to try to get this to the proper resolution. I want to talk about the housing plan, affordable housing. We have a housing plan, a housing element of the master plan, a fair share plan, and a spending plan that is due to the state by the end of June, I believe. And what I don't think most people realize is that we'll probably have a public hearing about it in about 2 weeks. I don't know if anybody knows that.
May 6th.
Yeah,
6.
so in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And no one's going to know about it for a while now. Maybe they'll get a copy of the report published this week if we're lucky.
They will.
I'm just saying that this is an outrageously fast schedule. Government does not do well with speed.
Yeah.
Speed kills. And what I'm asking you to do is quite simple. I would like you to do the bare minimum that is statutorily required in making this submission to the state. No more.
Yeah.
And if we want to add to that, because we do have that option, we do have that time,
Correct.
then let's add to it and let's engage with people.
Yeah.
But this is not sufficient engagement time. So I would ask you to do that. Quickly, the affordable housing discussion is really off base to me. I explained this tonight to Planner Talley. we don't talk about people. We're not people-oriented when we have this discussion. We don't talk about families. There's nowhere in the documents that talk about families. How can we do that? We're a town that is known, our best attribute is raising families.
Correct.
And nowhere in our affordable housing documents do we talk about families. I could go on in depth to that, but my time's up, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any other people that are signed up to come, or is that it, Mr. Fan?
That's it, man.
Okay, great. Thank you to all of you who came before us and shared your concerns and questions. And now we're going to move on to pending ordinance. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we're going to go to pending ordinance 0-25-10. Councilor D'Amato. Pending ordinance? You want to withdraw it?
This is the time scheduled for the public hearing, so legally you need to open the hearing. But if after the hearing, when you give the public an opportunity to speak, okay, you got it?
You are good at this. Okay, pending ordinance O-25-10, an ordinance to amend section 347 zoning of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, exemption of the 24 limit on the wall dimensions for accessory dwelling units, and I so move.
I'm going to open this up for public hearing. We'll start with the council, and then if there are members of the public who wish to be heard on this, you may also have an opportunity to speak on this ordinance. Council members? Wait, should we have the speaker go first? Who is it? Mr. Rebecki?
I really can't top what Charles Griffith said. It was exactly my point. This is an interesting town, a fascinating town. All of you have been through the wards. You appreciate the character, and I talk about the architectural character, the built character of this town. And what this ordinance is effectively condoning, that's a strong word, but is a customized garage design. And I think we need to give ourselves a little breathing space to allow the creativity, the aspirational aspects of some of these property owners to create something what is new for us, an important part of our future, whether some people like it or not. And I think from a design point of view, because of the lead times, because of the cost involved, I would ask you to postpone this for a month, reintroduce it, do whatever process you want to go through. We're only losing a month. And if you can't do that, which is, I understand if you choose to do that, then I have a question. As I read the ordinance, what I would like it to mean is that any one continuous wall not exceed 30 feet. Okay, and what I'm talking about is if you wanted to have offset spaces where one wall is 30 feet, another wall is 30 feet, and there's a right angle, whatever kind of angle that connects it, whatever connects the two walls. But it gives the design, the architects of that space an opportunity to do things that not only fit the properties, the unique situations of each property, but also kind of brings something that's pleasant for the neighbors too. Instead of seeing a second garage type structure in their neighbor's yard, they might actually see something interesting. And it might be just this minimal change that tides you over for now. I still would like to see it, the length eliminated, But if that's the intention of this ordinance, if that's what it really says, then I'm fine. I can accept that. But if it says that it's got to be a box, it's got to be 30 feet, no matter where the walls are on each dimension, then that's just not right. Thank you very much.
Are there other members from the public that wish to be heard on this ordinance 0-25-10? Otherwise, I'm going to allow the council to speak. As you all will recall, this is our ordinance on second reading. We read this and voted on this on March the 11th, and Councilor Toller was the only person at that time that voted no. We're going to give everybody an opportunity now to share their thoughts and concerns, and we'll start with you, Councilor D'Amato.
Well, yeah, I do have the same feeling now, and Councilor Toller is looking good for voting no, though I'm not sure. If we could ask Planner Tally to come up, she's been, this is her job to worry about these problems, and I did discuss it with her. My basic question, in the meantime, Attorney Garcia, if we were to modify something on this, it goes right back to the drawing board, right? Because it cuts to the heart of the whole point of the amendment. So, Director Talley, the idea would seem to me to be that if we retain a square foot, obviously a square foot limit, and if we don't have any linear foot limit either way, there would be, what we would want to do is have some sort of aesthetic break on a thing, and that would be the planning board. Is that correct? Like, how would we be able to, if we didn't have any limits on it, but we wanted to be able to have some control over it so it wasn't, 100 feet by whatever, 8 feet, how would we do that?
Well, these applications do not go to the planning board or the zoning board. Actually, they don't go to the planning board.
They're just as of right.
They're as of right. If there's a variance, they go to the Board of Adjustment for a variance. So that's how it functions. It was created because these are considered 1- and 2-family houses. 1- and 2-family houses, if they're putting an addition on or building an ADU, do not require approval from a board unless it doesn't meet one of the requirements and requires a variance. It goes to the Board of Adjustment. So a little bit of the background of why we have this limitation. A couple years ago, there was a lot of concern about the size of accessory structures.
Mm-hmm.
So we amended the ordinance regarding accessory structures to put a maximum wall size. And then after that, we adopted the ADU ordinance. And that maximum size of an accessory structure, which was really designed for a garage, would not, because it would not allow an 800 square foot detached ADU. So the attempt here was really to relieve that maximum size from 24 feet to 30 feet. So it maintains the intent of the ordinance by keeping a limitation on the size of an accessory structure in terms of the length of the wall, but it allows more latitude for somebody who's putting in an ADU to go up to 30 feet in certain zone districts. I heard what Mr. Rubacki said. A maximum of 30 feet in any one direction, or a continuous wall, as I wrote down. I think that still achieves the same intent. So whether you go with the ordinance as it's written or you amend it to address the suggestion from Mr. Rubacki, I still think you allow more latitude, but you stay within the intent of the ordinance, which is to prevent a very large continuous wall, which would impact the
So the idea is that if somebody wanted to have a structure that was longer, that if they could do 30 feet, set it back by 2 feet, and then go another 30 feet, correct? Or is it?
It would have to be in a different direction. It would have to be, because it would have to be like at a 90-degree angle. If you just offset it, it's still, if you have 30 feet
an offset and then another 30 feet, that's basically a 60-foot wall.
Right. Well, my concern here is just basically that the economics of what we're dealing with militate that people would always have to maximize the space to make it 800 feet. You wouldn't build less.
That's absolutely true.
And that being the case, you are going to end up with, as Mr. Griffith says, and just common sense would say, uniform square blocks with a maximum height, which is aesthetically also challenging, if not a little almost dystopian. So I'm asking you as a person who doesn't know, what's the solution?
And all I can say is there was a reason we put in the maximum wall size of
yeah.
30 feet, and that was to preserve the light, air, and open space for the neighbors, so they would not have a continuous wall adjacent to their property.
Thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I appreciate the people who came out to speak, and I think that I would like to I would like to propose tabling this for further
Is that a motion?
consideration.
Motion?
So I make the motion to
Second?
table this.
Second. May I?
Councilor Toller.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add a quick note that I agree with seconding this and going in deeper. I also think that when we go back for discussion, that we actually need to include the exact size, meaning the exact number, not square footage. If we need to map it out at 801.5, it should be very specific. Because the zoning board the other day approved a variance for an ADU. It went from 800 to 1,200 square foot for a family. And just wondering what's going to happen with that a little later if the parents are no longer with us. So they gave a very compelling story as to why they needed this to be larger. So if one person does it, then we're going to have more and more folks wanting to do it. The other thing I wanted to add, if there's a way to include this in the discussion for the new ordinance, is that people applying for these ADUs, that a copy of their application and what they're asking for, a copy should go to all the chairs. The chair of the zoning board, the chair of the HPC, the chair of the planning board, because without these boards knowing what's happening with these ordinances, things get approved. So we need to make sure that we have all of our bases covered. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. There's been a motion to withdraw. There was a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain?
I'm just thinking out loud. I think this is important. I would maybe ask the planner
Was that
again to answer.
I'm just trying to find out, did you vote?
If we pass this, we can, of course, revisit it, and I don't want anybody who is right now planning to build something who wants to build it to the full size to be, over the summer, to be, not
So,
able to do that.
so there was a motion, there was a second, and I called for the vote. So now you're going back because you had more comment, and I just didn't see your hand or anything up. I'm just trying to follow the procedures here. So
That's
there was
good.
a vote.
I appreciate it.
Right, but no, having not seen your hand, Counselor, I did not call on you. If you wish for me to withdraw, my second, or for the call for the vote now and allow further comment, but please, if you signal by, either aye, what we do, so that I know there's further discussion, then I will not call for a vote if you still wish to proceed discussion. So certainly, Councilor D'Amato.
Just one last question, which is, do we have pending applications? Is there an indication that, there are people waiting to build right now that we would be putting out?
Well, we have a constant influx of applications for zoning review. Zoning permit review. To my knowledge, we don't have any pending before the Board of Adjustment. So the issue is there's a significant cost that goes along with going to the Board of Adjustment. So we're just trying to make it easier. And you can always come back. If you can adopt this ordinance, which makes it a little bit easier, you can always revisit it in the future.
I think we need to
It's in your
ensure
control.
Please, if there are comments from the council members, please will you raise your hand or in some other way so that we're communicating and I can call on you, please. Counselor D'Amato, were you finished? Okay, Counselor Toller, and then Counselor Birmingham.
Thanks. I was going to let Counselor Birmingham go first. Since
Counselor Toller,
Okay.
and then Counselor Birmingham.
No problem. I was just going to say that I know that we can always vote on this and come back, but that usually never happens. You know, it takes a very long time for us to come back to something that we voted on to go back and fix it. I highly recommend that we not push this off, but put this to the side, discuss it thoroughly, make sure that everything is in it that we want it to have, and then come back and bring it up. It's just that simple. We push this through now, I can just see problems down the road. It's just my thoughts. It's better to just get it done right the first time than try to come back and fix it later.
Counselor Birmingham.
I'm just curious, because I'm not a construction person, but if you have a 24-foot limit on a wall, can you build an 800 square foot
No.
building?
Nope.
Okay, so right there we have a math problem. Right? So we're saying that the limit is 24 feet for one, but then you can't possibly build an 800 foot.
That's right.
So it seems like this 30 feet is designed to at least correct
That's correct.
what is kind of a very, strange math problem. So for me, I agree, and I watched the 144 Irving, I watched that, and, I do think people can go to the zoning board now, and if some, but they will still be able to do that, even when, no matter what ordinance we pass. And if they had a really great yard that would fit a 50-foot structure, and, it would seem like the zoning board could approve that in the interim. But for me, I'm okay to pass this because, again, I think it solves what was just, math that doesn't really add up. And then we can go deeper. I don't think there are going to be a lot of ADUs built between now and the time that we were to revisit. So for me, I'm okay to move it just because the math really doesn't add up here. And it's, anyway.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
So I do recall that when we discussed this in the economic, at the EDC, within the EDC, it was exactly the intent that Councilor Birmingham was speaking of to fix this. So just so I understand, if somebody does put in an application that goes beyond the 30 feet, it would have to go to the zoning board.
Actually, before the 24 feet. Right now, it's 24.
Oh, if we were to vote on this
And then,
tonight.
right, if it was more than 30 feet, then it would go to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, so there is still a pathway for the structures outside of, these
Yes.
dimensions
Yep.
to be. Okay, so I actually would like to withdraw my, my motion to table it.
Okay, any other, Counselor Williams, do you, no? Counselor Lockman? No one else? Any further discussion? Okay. So,
I mean, I do think we should pledge to revisit this. Is it the EDC, or let's decide on the committee? What committee will be taking this up?
It could be the EDC. Yeah, and I will say that the planning board had raised the issue of revising this already. So it
Right.
has kind of come to the fore of the boards, so.
yeah. So, even though we discussed this and introduced it and voted on it on March 11th by 6 in favor to 1, this evening people have had a chance to review, and even though those concerns were not addressed prior to this meeting, at this time we've deliberated, we've given you an opportunity to be heard, and so at this point in time, does someone want to make a motion to adopt this as we are? Or there was a motion and a second? Okay, so there's been a motion and a second. Please do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. We're going to move on to the pending Ordinance B, Please, Councilor Birmingham?
This is pending ordinance O-25-11, Township of Montclair, calendar year 2025 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank pursuant to N.J.S.A 4-4514. And I so move.
Second.
I'm going to open the public hearing without objection at this time. If there are members of the public who wish to come forward and be heard, please do so at this time. Thank you. Hearing none, I'm going to close that invitation, and I would like to hear if there are any members of the council who wish to be heard. Now would be the time. Seeing none, there's been a movement, and there was a second. So, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Yes, please, Counselor Lockman. Thank you.
I move pending ordinance 0-25-12, which is a bond ordinance providing various capital improvements to the Montclair Public Libraries for the Township of Montclair, appropriating the aggregate amount of $5 million, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4,760,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Second. Are there members of the public who would like to be heard on this? I'm opening the public hearing at this time without objection. Seeing none, I'm going to close that portion of the hearing. Are there members of the council who wish to be heard at this time regarding this? No. Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. We are moving the location to the pending ordinance D. Councilor Williams, please.
Amend. So. Okay, I got it. Amended pending ordinance O-25-16, Township of Montclair, an ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic of the Code of Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So moved.
Second.
This is not on your, this is, you all probably will not see that there. I apologize. We did have this on at the 11th also, and we discussed on it and voted it, and it came now for the second reading. Councilor Williams, would you like to explain, please?
Yes, this is the overnight parking ordinance that was introduced last week and, last meeting and moved forward. It's being brought up again, not for the second reading, but to make an amendment to one of the streets that will be listed for overnight parking. The street that will be amended is Maple Avenue. As it was voted on last week, it has overnight parking on Maple Avenue from Woodland Avenue to Bloomfield Place. Excuse me, to Bloomfield Avenue. And we're making an amendment to move, instead of Woodland Avenue, it would be from Monroe Place to Bloomfield Avenue on Maple Avenue. So those are the proposed changes. So move.
Yes, Attorney Garcia, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor, I just have a question because we introduced it on April 8th, and it says we amended it on the
April
21st.
We're amending it right now.
So we have to start.
Right.
So today will be the first.
Yes, today will be the first one.
This is now the first reading, not the second.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that
wanted to
because
make sure
I was
we're on the
asked to
same
put it in, so thank you very much. So, yeah, it was just brought to my attention that this is not a pending ordinance. It's going to come as a first reading, so, okay, well, that's fine. We'll go ahead and move forward with this and not hold it there, but thank you. So, then the members of the public, you won't have an opportunity this evening. If anyone is there and would like to come and just take this and see what we're talking about, you're welcome to take my copy here. I'm going to allow the members of the council, please, to have any discussion at this time, if you'd like to do so. No.
I just want to say thank you again to the three of you who worked on this. And even just, I think the amendment shows how much care and thought you're putting into it. So thank you again.
And I'd like to thank Councilor Williams, too, because it was so important, because we know a lot of you are sitting around waiting to have this passed so that you can, park differently, and it was very important for him to do that, and so he rushed to do that, hence the fact that I wasn't quite sure where it was going to go, but we are going to have a vote on this at this time for the first time, and then it will come again for a second time. There's been a motion and a second.
And I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Lockman, please.
Yeah, just my question is probably helpful to the audience. So if we hypothetically were to pass this on May 6th, then there's a 20-day implementation period, so you can't park here until 20 days are up. Okay, just so you know.
Okay. All in favor? Oh, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the bid budget. And I see some of you that are waiting here for the bid budget discussion. We're going to have a public hearing for the adoption of the annual budget of the Montclair Center Special Improvement District. We have prepared a script here to ensure that the statutory procedures set forth in N.J.S.A 40:56-84 are met. This year, 2025 budget of the Montclair Center Corporation Business Improvement District. This is the budget of the Montclair Center Corporation Business Improvement District, known as the BID, of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, for the fiscal year 2025. I have a resolution regarding the reading of the BID budget by title only. I will read the resolution. Whereas N.J.S.A 40:56-84 was amended to and provides that the budget of special improvement districts shall be read in full at the public hearing, or that it may be read by title only if A, at least 1 week prior to the date of the hearing, and at the hearing a complete copy of the approved budget shall be made available for the public inspection, and B, it's made available to each person requesting same during said week and during the public hearing. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair that it's hereby declared that the conditions of N.J.S.A 40:56-84 as amended, set forth in sections 1A and 1B have been met, and therefore the bid budget for the 2025 shall be read by title only.
Mayor, I certify that those requirements have been met.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
The resolution to read the bid budget by title is adopted.
I'll entertain a motion to open the hearing on the bid budget.
Second.
No, I move that the bid budget hearing be opened.
I second the motion.
This may be done by Voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
Anybody want to talk?
I'm going to open the hearing at this point in time.
Mayor, this is the time fixed for the public hearing on the bid budget for year 2025. The bid budget was introduced by the governing body on March 25, 2025, was advertised as required by law on April 10, 2025, together with notice of hearing for this time. Copy of the bid budget has been made available to the public for the past week for anyone desiring to view it.
Is there anyone who has not seen a copy of the bid budget? You may view it now. There are copies in the room. It can be viewed on this evening's agenda online and at the council meeting agenda, a page of the township website. Please address all comments to the chair where necessary. Speakers must confine themselves solely to the bid budget before us. School and county matters are not proper. They're not proper subjects for this particular hearing and can't be discussed or answered here in this venue tonight. I now declare open public hearing on the bid budget resolution for 2025. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
For those of you in the audience who don't know, my name is Abhishek Shah. I'm the Executive Director of Montclair Center Bid. Appreciate the council taking this up. The assistance from the clerk's office and clarifying any errors in my part of emailing it, as this is my first time. And I'm here to answer any questions anyone may have, including the public, about our budget. If any of you have questions? Yay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to come forward and be heard at this time? Please do so. Observing no further persons wishing to speak, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Mayor, I move that the hearing be closed.
I second that motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll and motion to close the hearing. I motion to close the hearing.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Now, Counselor Toller, all of you. See, that's me? Oh. The hearing is now closed. Anybody have a thing, want to do the next one?
I have one.
You have one?
You want me to finish?
Yeah, Mayor, I
Yeah,
request.
sure. I
Okay,
request the
thank you.
township clerk be instructed to read the last paragraph of the adopting resolution for the bid budget. Please and thank you.
Madam Clerk, please read the resolution.
Be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the bid budget hereinbefore set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sum therein, set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $1,065,904 for the year 2025 Montclair Center Corporation bid budget.
At this time, I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second that motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
The resolution approving the 2025 bid budget is adopted.
Okay. Good job.
Montclair community players.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay, so we're going to move on at this time to, let's see, what's next? We did this. We are moving on to the consent agenda. I'd like to ask for the assistance of Manager Marks, if you would, are there any things on the consent agenda before we go through here that people wish to have pulled from the consent agenda? I'd like to know at this time, please. Councillor Lockman.
I think number 16, I would like to see this pulled because I don't think that It was thoroughly reviewed.
Are those under new business resolutions?
Number 16?
16.
That's not.
Yes,
Oh,
we
excuse
have,
me.
the items that we have this evening for consent agendas are 1 through 13.
Excuse me.
We have 14 through 20 as new business resolution ordinances. In the resolutions 1 through 13, does anyone wish to, yes, Councilor Birmingham?
Could we pull for discussion number 7, R-25-110, resolution regarding sustainable land use pledge?
Excuse me, when you're done.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Councilor Toller?
Sure. Number 4, Resolution R-25-107. And we're going to have discussion. I don't want to pull it, but I'd like to have a discussion on R-25-109, which is number 6.
As would I. Yeah.
R-25-106, which is number 9.
And, well, we're having discussions, is that correct? Because I was waiting for a report from someone here at 205 to discuss R-25-114.
Okay, so the items that we wish to have discussion on, as I understand so far, are R-25-112. Are there any other that do we wish to have discussions on?
I just have one question on R-25-106.
106, okay, so we're going to put a D by number 3. Any other resolutions under the consent agendas that people wish to have discussions about, or say just one thing?
You said 6.
We have 6,
4.
6, 4, 7, 9, and 3. And, right? No?
I have 3, 4, 6, 7, 11.
3, 4, 6, 7, and 11. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so this is out, and nobody wants to see this.
13 as well, Madam Mayor,
And-
just again.
Okay, and 13. Okay. Manager Marks? On the consent agenda, we have usually allowed the manager just to read through them by title rapidly, if you'd prefer not. Yeah. But we have to know what don't they have to know what we're voting on? Okay, okay. Then please call the roll. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a motion to adopt, Mayor, all of the consent agenda items as listed on the agenda, except for item 3, 4, 6, 7, 11, and 13. I understood, Mayor, that you made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start with number 3. Does anyone want to
Yeah.
read the resolution 25-106?
think it's my turn.
Sure.
I think it's my turn, right?
You want to do it?
It's my turn.
Sure.
Okay, so. Resolution R-25-106, resolution awarding fair and open contract to Continental Fire and Safety for the provision of Township Fire Department fire protection equipment in accordance with New Jersey State Contract 17-Fleet-00802 and 17-Fleet-00757. I so move.
Second. Just a quick question. How many firefighters do we have trained here? Because this is covering.
So this equipment was to complete the grant that we got for training and equipment in trench rescue and confined space rescue. Right now, every member of the department is certified fully in those two rescue techniques.
Oh, so the entire department.
So yeah, so the grant covered the training, the specialized training through technician level, and then because we got to that level, we had to have some equipment to update some of our equipment.
Okay.
So this is the equipment is the final piece of it. So that's what this, it closes it out.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions?
Councilor Lockman, and then Deputy,
It's on another matter.
okay.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
And just to clarify, this is all paid for by a federal grant?
It's a federal grant with a 10% match.
Okay.
And that's in an account that's already, that money from the township has already been in that account.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilor Toller?
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to say, one, thank you for including the purchase order so we can see how it's broken down and what it's being spent on. Total number of firefighters, I know he asked this question. Can you just give us the final number, because we didn't get the number? Because you said all the firefighters
Oh,
trained. What's the total number of firefighters?
Right now, we have 70.
Okay, thank you.
Any council members have any questions or comments regarding that resolution? No?
This needs to be changed. But it was passed in the consent agenda. It was, that's a typo.
Okay, we'll come back.
Should I make?
Okay, okay. Right, but you don't need him anymore. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Before we move on, we're going to go back to Resolution R-25-105. Counselor Lockman has discovered something that she wishes to share with us.
Yeah, Mr. Marks, we had talked about changing that number to 12,500 rather than 10, but it wasn't changed. And I'm sorry, I didn't notice it before.
No, we didn't either.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have known, yeah. And the reason basically is that the state said the amount to hire this preservation architect would be about $50,000. So it's 25% of 50, which is 12,500. Initially, we thought it was $40,000, and 25% of that would have been 10. So that's why the change is needed. So, I don't know how you manage that. Do you withdraw the consent and start?
Okay, I'm doing amend to
Yeah.
amend that number.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's on the resolution. So would you introduce the amendment,
Oh, sorry,
please?
yes. So I'd like to amend Resolution -25-105, which is a resolution authorizing the submission of an application for assistance from the New Jersey Historic Trust. And the amendment is in the 6. The sixth paragraph that begins the mayor and council. The number there on the fourth line should be 12,500. I so move.
Second? And anyone that is going to vote on this not understand what Councilor Lockman just shared with us? We're good.
I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir. Attorney
I
Garcia?
understand if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
So we voted on something.
Yes.
Now you want to make a motion to rescind
Yeah, I guess my
That-
motion would
that-
be to rescind. and
that
then-
approval?
Yes.
So I think, again, I'm usually not a stickler for Robert's Rules, Mayor, but.
No, it's
I think we need
important.
to-
Thank you.
I think we need to rescind, ask for a motion to rescind the prior
Okay.
vote,
Okay.
right? And then you can make a new motion to vote on the resolution as amended.
Okay, so I make a motion to rescind the prior vote on Resolution R-25-105.
Second. Can we do that by roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
And now I make, so now I make a motion to move Resolution R-25-105 as amended, and the amendment is to change $10,000 to $12,500, and I believe it's the fifth paragraph.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. I just have a quick question for you, Attorney Garcia, since you were so kind as to let us know that it had to be rescinded yet. So for my learning purposes, under what conditions would we have to rescind this in order to amend it? So for example, if we left here and we didn't catch it then and we come back next week, would we still have to rescind it and then amend it? Or could we just amend it without rescinding?
I mean, the short answer is, I don't think a court is going to overturn your action if you just took a vote to amend the vote as opposed to the formality of rescinding and then doing the amendment. But again, I'm going off recollection of Robert's Rules of Order, which is an extremely thick book. I think the appropriate action is to make a motion to rescind the prior vote and then conduct a new vote.
Okay. No,
I hope-
I
again,
appreciate it. I just, because I'm trying to
I know
learn.
that's not the definitive bright line. I can get that for you, though.
I
for
just
the
can't,
future.
I don't understand. Sometimes if things don't really readily make sense to me, I just ask questions, especially since you were kind enough to volunteer and stop the vote and say we needed to rescind it. Now I want to understand in my mind under what conditions
Yeah.
we would have to call to rescind versus just amend, but we can have that discussion offline, and I certainly appreciate you
I
for
can,
jumping in here and helping us with that.
I can give you a brief a cheat sheet on that for the next meeting.
Thank you so much. Moving right along. Where are we? Number 4. Who wants to do that would be, well, since I let Rahum do his. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Resolution R-25-107, Township of Montclair, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to SHI for the provision of township water utility CCTV surveillance system upgrades in accordance with Bergen County Cooperative Pricing Systems, contract BC 24-38. I so move, but I have a question.
Second.
Thank you. So my question isn't a question like you think, Mr. Primavera. Last time we discussed this, these numbers are still wrong at the bottom where it says, be it further resolved. The number there says 109,791.73. Went throughout the entire document. The total should be 96,231.
I did send a corrected one, but it just didn't make it.
Okay, I just wanted to
So
make sure
It is for the
because-
96, yes.
Okay, because this one here at the bottom says 109 when it should
Yeah,
say
it
96.
should say 96.
96, the 23185 number?
No, at the very bottom, where it says be it further resolved, the very last paragraph. Yeah, and the fifth paragraph, again, it says.
I
Yeah.
see, okay.
So we
So
just need
both
to make
of those
Yes,
sure.
it's
need
for
to
the
be 96, 23185?
Correct.
Okay,
Paragraph 5
yeah,
and the last one.
But
okay. But Counselor Lockman?
I think number 3 is correct. If you go to resolution number 4, that's where that
That's what we're
number.
on.
Yeah.
We're on
Oh,
number
I'm
4.
sorry.
We're on number 4.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it should be
Okay.
96, you're
Yep.
absolutely right,
Yeah, in two places. Again, the fifth whereas, and then the very
Yes.
last
1, 2,
paragraph.
3,
Right.
4,
Be it further
5,
resolved.
6,
Yeah.
7, 8, right? 5 and
Yeah.
8. Received, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it.
Madam
Just-
Clerk?
Oh, here it is, yeah, I got you.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
can I just ask one quick question? Because I'm having a memory of this, but I just wanted to, so it's basically the 96,000 is the amount, and then this was written in the amount not to exceed, like 109, so that's been.
No,
It
it
was
was,
a
so that was a
comment.
typo.
Okay, so it's all typos
yeah, it was a
there,
typo.
okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
it might have
just-
been a copy and paste of the
Yeah,
resolution
Okay, I
from
wasn't sure
last
if
week,
there was
last
some,
month,
like-
where that one was 109, so it
Great,
just didn't
thank
get
you.
changed over.
Thanks very much.
yes, Counselor D'Amato?
So these are CCTV things?
This is a whole system upgrade, so it's the cameras, we have to pull new cables. Our cameras are outdated. We could not get on the township system if we wanted to. If the police department wanted to have access to our cameras. Our software is so outdated.
These are CCTVs for inside pipes or for the?
No, this is for the pump
the-
stations. This is
for
for
the
security for the
facility
pump
itself,
stations.
okay.
This is for security purposes.
Okay, cool.
Attorney Garcia, in this instance where the numbers are wrong, do we need to do something other than to change those numbers? Do we have to rescind anything or go? Thank you. Okay, so there's been a motion to amend. There's been a second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes. as long
Counselor
as
Williams?
We've changed to
Yes.
96.
Mayor Williams, I'm sorry, Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Thank you. The next one is
We're all on drugs.
number 6. Counselor D'Amato, please.
R-25-109, resolution of the mayor and the council of Township of Montclair, Essex County, State of New Jersey, authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a contract with GPI for design engineering service for the Glenridge Avenue cycle track. So moved.
Second.
You had a question on this one, Counselor Hoffman, or would you like for me to go first?
Whatever, you can go first, but I think, all right, so, you know, I think I stated my case last go-round. I don't think that we should be putting in a bike lane, let's just call it a bike lane, in a very short spot that really, in my view, is a bike lane to nowhere. If we had, and I understand we can't do this, if we had started the bike lane down by where the planned opening of the Essex Hudson Greenway was, that would be different. But this, it just stops. It also, as I understand it, now I haven't seen the design plans, they've not been in place, they're not done yet because this is to appoint the engineer. But I understand there could be the possibility of cutting into the curb, interfering with the Crane Park. I don't think there's been a lot of discussion with the neighborhood about this. I just, and I realize people will protest, oh, we're supposed to be getting like X number of dollars for this, why not take it, just do something now? Well, I don't agree with that. I'm a taxpayer, I don't think, and I paid my taxes to the state of New Jersey. I don't think we should be spending this kind of money for something that's very expensive and not functional, in my view, and that interferes with the neighborhood. So.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, thank you. I copy and paste everything Counselor Loffman is saying tonight. I also sent an email, and I don't know if Mr. Marks and Ms. Talley, you had a chance to review it, but I wanted to take a look at the original application that was submitted to the state for us to even be eligible for this, because that would help us determine a lot about what to expect. I do have some concerns about Crane Park, as Councilor Loffman stated. Conversations with the neighbors is important. That's a very busy street. And again, the bike lane, it just seems like a lot of money for 2 lanes that if we do this, what happens to going up Glenridge Avenue? Are we going to have to later on down the road tear that street up and do something else? We don't know. There's just too many questions. So I'm not in agreement with this. I really need to see the original application. Did you submit this to the state on behalf of the township?
I did, and Counselor Toller, I did send you the original application
Okay, I didn't
when
check
you
my
requested
emails.
it.
Okay, thank you.
Council members, anyone else?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, and then Deputy Mayor. Counselor Birmingham, please.
So, again, just to like think about 5 years into the future when perhaps we will have a greenway coming. If we get this is a grant to get expert engineering advice on putting a bike lane that would serve, or at least connecting essentially, eventually to the greenway. If we do this, if we get this engineering expertise that may, again, we don't really know in my mind what they're exactly going to say. And we've heard that they are going to do neighborhood residential input here, but it doesn't obligate us to do any work. Like if we were to get this expertise and they say, here's what you need to do, and we are saying that, well, we learned that the greenway is like 10 years out. We don't have to do the work, right? Like immediately, or
You're not obligated to do the work. You do have funding, grant funding for the design. You have grant funding for the construction. But it's up to you whether or not you want to move ahead with it.
And
At this phase, this is phase 2 of a multi-phase project to connect Montclair Center to the Essex Hudson Greenway. You're in the driver's seat.
So we do have funding for the actual
Absolutely,
work.
we got $1 million in
Oh, that's
funding.
right.
Yep.
Sorry, I forgot we've approved that. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
reimbursable
gotcha.
grant money, though. We don't have it yet. We do have it, or is it reimbursable grant money?
Okay? I don't have anything else to say.
Well, it's, no, Janice,
I'm
sorry.
sorry. Were you
I have a
waiting to
question. She
speak?
didn't answer it.
The
Oh,
question-
okay, I'm sorry. You asked a question of the planner?
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
was asking.
Okay.
'cause
Planner
Councilor
Charlie?
Birmingham said we have the money, and I'm just asking, is it reimbursable grant money, or do we actually have the money in the account line
No,
now?
it's a reimbursable grant.
So we don't have the money yet. We'd have to.
We have a contract award.
Okay, so it's not here yet. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Yes, so not to repeat myself, but I do, this is a big project that's supposed to be done, I mean, it's meant to be done in phases. We were awarded the money. I think, we have to decide, are we we were awarded money. As Councilor Birmingham said, if we can use this money to hire an expert, which, by the way, in the memo it says that part of the work in this phase is to get public input, I think we should move forward with it. I mean, if we don't agree that eventually having a bike lane that will connect us to the Essex Greenway and connect us to other towns, if we don't agree that that's a good idea, and if we don't agree that that's a public benefit that will pay off in the end, then we can vote against this. But in my view, I think we do have to. It's better for us to think in the long term, and I would be in favor of moving forward.
I also agree that I'm in favor of moving forward with this. I've heard a lot of comments and public comments, and then we had a special meeting with the Park and the Recreation Advisory Group and other people, and I thought it was a good opportunity. Even after we had that meeting, it was the general feeling of the advisory group at that time that this would be something positive moving forward in the long run. I don't view it as going nowhere because I see us doing phases. I see they have phase one. Ideally, it would be great to be able to have a path there for families and others to safely go down to the Essex Hudson Greenway and get on that path and just have a great time. Yes, it's an extremely busy area, and I think because it is heavily traversed and it is busy that I feel very excited to have this. I think that it will act as a traffic calming measure in that area. And from what I understand, we were going to have some ways to isolate those paths. And so I felt good about it. In contrast to what some people were saying about the numbers of trees, I think it was down to 3 trees that were at the Crane Park in the curb side, and then, 3 or 4 others along the upper area. It was 7 trees? How many trees? Because I know that was a big concern
Right.
for some people.
Yes, there's some trees that are still within the right-of-way
Yeah.
between the curb and the sidewalk. Some will be relocated because they're young enough to be relocated. Some of them are not. They will be removed to extend the cartway by a couple feet so that we have enough room for the cartway, if we choose to move ahead with that alternative.
Yeah, and we're
Part of
not
this-
going
part
to
of this process
interfere
is
with
an
the Crane
alternative.
Park that people are so concerned
not.
about. We are not going to interfere. So, yeah, for those reasons and others that I articulated, I believe at the last meeting, I'm in favor of this.
May I?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think Councilor Lockman had her hand
no,
up first, but
No,
so
I
she's
just
saying
wanted
that I
to-
can recognize you and
Thank
then
you.
go back to her.
Thank you. I
Okay.
just want to clear something up, because if we had the funds here, wouldn't it say that the CFO has certified that funds are available in account number, et cetera, et cetera? I'm just trying to get clarification that we have to actually be reimbursed to get this money back.
This is, again, a reimbursable
Okay,
grant.
so the funds are not in this building technically, is what I'm
No,
saying.
but the
Okay,
grant
I just
has
wanted
been
to clear that
awarded.
up, because someone on the dais said that we have the funds here, and I wanted to make sure that that was cleared up.
Just,
Okay, Councilor Lockman.
and these are state funds that are, how is this funded? Through state funds?
It's through the state, it's Federal Highway Administration
Oh, it's
money
federal highway.
funded through the state.
So it is a federal grant. So the potential is, given what's going on in Washington, that this could be taken away. I know it's, and so we will start the work, and then we hire this contractor to the engineering firm to give us a design, and then the grant goes poof. We don't know what's going on. It's a difficult time, and I recognize that, nobody knows, but I guess I'm not very optimistic about what's happening now, and it just makes me concerned. And just to have the last word here, I guess, I just feel like, and I'm going to say it, this is like the biggest government boondoggle, paying all this for a little bike lane, paying for engineering stuff, and then actually, what's the total? It's like $1 million or something?
Yes.
For how many feet of a bike lane?
I don't have the feet, I don't have the linear
To me, it
feet.
just sounds outrageous, 2 blocks, and I cannot buy into this just on principle.
Thank you. Okay, someone moved this. Was there a second?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yeah.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
No.
Counselor Toller? No. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to the other, where are we, number 7? Thank you. Number 7, please. Counselor Birmingham?
Number 7, R-25-110, resolution regarding sustainable land use pledge. I wanted to just ask a question about this because I understand that this is necessary for us to reach our goal of in terms of sustainable Jersey. And I also understand that there have been previous pledges. This clause, though, in Clause 8 in the parking regulation, where it just, and I believe in working towards sustainable parking, and this, I am for this resolution in general, but just where it specifically says the amount of, to reduce the amount of required parking spaces for development projects in the township. That specific clause bothers me a little bit because it's very specific. I'm just wondering if that can be changed to something a little bit more like we pledge to evaluate our parking requirements to achieve sustainable parking, or just take it out. I don't know, because it has. I understand it's been in the previous. I looked at the previous one and it's been there, so I don't want to like disrupt too much. But I just, again, to me, this is like making a real policy here that I'm not sure we want to make.
Can we just take that part out? And
I don't know if we want to have Ms. Johnson come down.
I don't think Lisa's here, because I know as part of the, like, one of the requirements is to talk about sustainable parking. So but I don't know that it has to say required parking spaces for development projects, and I apologize, I didn't bring this up to Lisa earlier, but anyway, that's my thought. It's just
Could we table this
Is there a
and
motion?
see if she's upstairs and then come back to it later?
I don't think she's upstairs because
Norma, did you say you were? Okay.
because she asked were we going to need her, and I said no because this was on the consent agenda, and I figured that people would have tried to get there. So she said, "Great, I need to go." So I think she might have gone.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with the whole. It's really just that one sentence.
But we can always come back and amend it, right?
What's that?
We can come back and amend it, right?
Yeah,
Or we can take the sentence out and vote on it.
Mayor, can I just ask Counselor Birmingham something?
Yes.
So I just want to better understand.
Oh,
there she
didn't
is.
go.
I think I just wanted to understand
So
a
much
little
for
bit
being
more.
dismissed. My apologies. I just assumed since everything was on consent that they would have.
No problem.
Councilor Birmingham, please.
Lisa, I'm sorry, Dr. Johnson, sorry. This clause, in the Clause 8 under the parking regulation, and I know it's been in the existing one that we have, the resolution that was passed a few years ago, where it just says, with the goal of reducing to the extent feasible and legally permissible the amount of required parking spaces for development projects in the township and promoting shared parking. That clause, like the amount of required parking spaces for development projects in the township, is very like specific, and it seems to be very like it's really instituting a policy for all development projects. And so I'm just wondering, do we have to be?
We could take that out.
Okay.
This
great.
is just what was passed twice before.
Okay.
So we just kept it
So
as is.
okay.
And this is for recertification for sustainable Jersey. So we
Okay,
can
right.
maintain our silver
Yeah, like I don't want to mess it.
Yeah, so
it's just
that can be removed.
Okay.
No problem at all.
Councilor D'Amato?
I actually, I don't see it as being problematic because it really doesn't compel us to do anything other than just say, you know, we shouldn't be mandating parking that we don't need.
Yeah, and I was just going to say the same
And,
thing.
you know, I don't see any real problem. It's not going to get it. No one's going to sue us over it. And, well, no, I don't think anybody's going to sue us over it. And,
Yeah, this
yes,
is a
parking is at a
pledge.
premium, but like, yeah, it'd be nice not to have as many square miles of asphalt, you know, if we could do without it. So I don't, it doesn't bug me, but
Mayor.
it's not going to hurt us.
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah.
And then, should.
Yeah, I would just like to say, as a member of the planning board, this is something that we do. We do try to reduce our number of
Yeah.
parking. We not bend over backwards, but we certainly look at it very closely and don't want any excess parking if we can avoid it. So this is our goal that we have, so I have no problem with this at all.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Yeah, I agree. I understand that this is something that actually is incorporated into review of projects. And also, when I read this I don't see this as a mandate. I do, but when I look at it with the totality of everything else, it's just encouraging us to, you know, move away from like heat islands, basically. And so I don't really, I guess I don't have an issue with this language.
I just want to say that I do, well, I shouldn't say have an issue, but I would prefer that was eliminated also. And my reasons for saying that I prefer it was eliminated, because I already see that developers will come in and say, well, you all said you're trying to, you know, eliminate parking. So if we say, well, based on what you have here, you have to, your parking requirement is something, they're going to come in and just get momentum not to have parking. And I have serious concerns because history shows us that very often when we say, well, because something is either transit village or location, people are not going to have cars, and we know they are going to have cars. And so I'm very concerned that if we start giving, you know, people that wish to develop in our township an option or a way out versus let them come, you know, before the appropriate boards that exist for that purpose, then they can plead their case and people there can vote on it. I think this is sort of giving them momentum to come in, you know, to try to get less parking, and I'm not in favor of that. Councilor Birmingham?
Yeah, again, for me, it really, to that point, is just because where it says we pledge to review and reevaluate our parking regulations and requirements, I mean, if that's what we're pledging, I do think you can review them and reduce the parking requirements.
that's what we
so, no, but you can go to the ordinance and reduce them. And so if that's what we're pledging, then that's what that's all I'm saying is that if that's what we're doing, then that's what we're doing. But it just like.
Do you want to remove that paragraph? So let's.
The sentence.
I mean, the sentence. Do you want to remove it? And then we can vote on that as amended and then vote on the resolution.
Is there a motion?
Sure.
Madam Clerk, is there already a motion?
No, Mayor, I don't
Okay,
have any motions.
thank you.
So, I mean, I can, all right, we'll just, since I brought this up, I will play it out. I would make a motion to remove, and the problem is, okay, so I had put some language that was just a little more general, but it would say, like, we pledge to review and reevaluate our parking regulations and requirements to achieve to the fullest extent possible, best practice and sustainable parking or parking requirements, something like that. That's just a little more
Would you
general.
like to table this and revise it and bring it in for the next meeting so that it can have the language in it that you would like to include?
Do you have time for that, or I know that there's some kind of deadline?
Yeah, it'd be nice if we got, if it's possible to get it passed today.
What's your deadline?
It's June.
So we have two meetings
could
in
do-
May, right? And we have one in June. So we have 2 meetings in May. Councilor Birmingham?
If you want to get the right
Okay,
language
I
in
mean,
there, it's
are
better
you
to do
okay
it
with
now.
that?
That's fine, yep.
Okay, I don't,
That's
because
fine.
I'm not meaning to
It's okay.
impede your work.
We have time.
Over just some, but
Can
again.
I make
like-
a motion to
Okay, so I'll make
table
a
this?
motion to
Okay.
table.
A
Thank
second?
you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion tabled. Okay, now we're going to move on
Dr.
to,
Duncan.
11. Let's see, what else do we have? 11, thank you. That would be Councilor Lockman?
Okay. I move Resolution R-25-114, a resolution awarding a fair and open contract to Tilcon New York, Inc. and Cifelli Son General Contracting for Township Road resurfacing, paving, and curbing services.
Second? Someone wish to have that?
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toller?
Again, I apologize, I did not check my email, but I'm just wondering if the report has come in that I requested. I asked for a report on which roads would be worked on and the timeline on which they would commence. Is there a detailed schedule that we could see?
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
We do have a proposed list of roads. The issue becomes the schedule of what roads will be paved and when. The fly in the ointment is the PSE&G gas line replacement. So a lot of the areas which we had previously identified as roads that we were going to be paving are on their list, and they don't share those lists in a expeditious fashion. So we have made adjustments to our prioritized list, but it's still not set because we still don't know the bounds of what PSE&G will be doing. It also depends on the availability of the contractor as far as the set schedule. We do want to start as soon as possible, and we want to end before the start of the school year, as not to interfere with any of the first day of school or any of those activities. So as much as we can get done with the funds available is what we're planning. And Manager Marks has asked us to provide a map outlining which roads will be paved and which ones are on the schedule, so you can see, actually see a color-coded map, so it's easier to understand. And we're working on getting that to you.
Okay, that was my question, because, again, I think residents need to know if their streets are going to be inconvenienced, if you will, and as you stated, school will be starting in September. So, again, I just wanted to know which roads this work was going to happen on and when it will start. So you're going to share a map with the full council?
Correct. Yeah, we have a list, a preliminary list, but I caution that that's not set in stone due to the nature of the contractors that we use and then their allowable time and their schedule and the other utility work.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Birmingham?
Can I ask I have a somewhat unrelated question, like it's a little bit tangential.
It's related to the.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Can the map be made publicly available on the website?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Counselor Birmingham.
When you mention PSE&G, and I know we've talked about this in the Finance Committee, like they basically then would pave roads, like, so they're paying when they do this work to then pave roads, miles of roads.
It depends on the age of the road. So if a road has been recently been repaved, they will do curb to curb repavement. If it's past the moratorium, it's only halfway, depending on how the trench goes. If the trench makes its way, it wanders to and fro, well, then they might repave the entire width of the street. If they keep it on one side of the street and it's an older road, they'll only pave half of it. And we do have the ability to trade with them. So if there is a street that's particularly bad that we want to have paved the full length, we can do that and swap blocks. It's not something, we don't like to leave half-paved roads, though.
Right, because the reason I'm asking is because, you know, in the second ward, and I'm sure in other wards as well, we have roads that were paved not that long ago, and then then PSE&G has to come in and they just put like a strip that then becomes like a little trench, and in one way it's traffic calming because you're kind of like, what is this? But it doesn't look good, obviously, and I'm just curious. I think I saw somewhere that Westfield, for example, passed an ordinance where, like, if you touch their streets, you have to, like, do the whole thing.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering if that's something that we should be thinking. In other words, is there more we could be doing that? And I don't know, this is not to put you on the spot right now, but just something to think about. Is there more we could be doing from our end to, you know, get more out of PSE&G when it comes to them fixing the roads that they're messing up?
Absolutely.
We do have a moratorium ordinance, so if at a certain point, if the street has been paved within, I believe it's 3 years, but those times can be changed. So it could be 5 years, that's up to us.
Okay, so we
something we should
could
look
say
at.
something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's
Right.
not just for PSE&G, that's any.
Right, any utility, yes, yeah, got it. Okay, well, thank you, because that's probably something we could look at in Finance Committee, or, you know, to see if we want to extend those moratoriums there. Okay, great, thank you.
Counselor Toller and then Counselor D'Amato.
Oh, sure. One last question. This payment, we know it's not going to exceed $2.5 million. Will this be issued under a blanket purchase order so that when the bills come in, we can see them as they come in? Or is this going to be a standard purchase order? Because I know with a standard purchase order, it's just one check. So will you be doing a blanket purchase order to do this, or?
No, it'll be a rolling, so you'll see the bills as they come in. They'll be on the bill list, as we're not going to wait for one giant payment at the end.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure. Thank you.
Counselor D'Amato.
Also, not to open up a huge can of worms, but has this contract in any way, which is coming as we are passing the Complete Streets Ordinance, provisioned for different types of paving, like curbing out, and are there any expectations that in this contract that things will be done differently?
Yeah, we're looking at, we're identifying areas that we believe we could do different traffic calming treatments. Harrison Avenue is one of them, where we could do curb extensions or something along that nature. This does allow us to do that. We have also identified we've also targeted more money for striping. There'd be a lot more striping for traffic calming in this proposed contract.
And we
But that allows
purchased a striper, correct?
No, we don't have a striper. We have a very small, yeah. That's for the striping company, the next resolution.
Yeah.
We don't have a striping truck. We wouldn't have we do the length of striping that we do, it wouldn't be feasible for us to maintain that level of equipment. It's very expensive. And very
I think
big.
that, I recall former manager Lepola saying that he wanted to buy one.
We looked into it,
Oh,
but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not-
great, thanks.
Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 13? We just do that one? 13, please.
I move Resolution -25-116, a resolution authorizing purchase contract with Dan Swayze Son, Inc. through the Morris County Cooperative Purchasing Council pursuant to New Jersey Statute 40A-10A1.
Second? Discussion?
Yep.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. Same question. What streets? When's the schedule? You shared my email with him, correct? Okay, so it's the same question that I had for the other one. Again, what streets, the schedule, and the dates that this will happen. Again, it's about the residents.
So the striping, as soon as possible. There's some streets that we can stripe that are not getting paved, that we're adjusting the striping plans. But this, again, is heavily dependent on the schedule for the contractor and after our roads are paved. So once those roads are paved, that's when we'll really have a better understanding of when they can get in there, because it's a balancing act of contractors.
Well, the schedule will be good, the map will be good, and then we can share information with our constituents and perhaps send it out through our communications person as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, we're going to move on to new business resolutions and ordinances. Deputy Mayor, would you please do 14 or 25-117?
So Resolution 25-117 is a resolution awarding a non-fair and open professional service contract to RC Architects for $34,000 to assess the physical conditions of Clary Anderson Arena. Oh, next, I'm sorry. Okay. Resolution 25-118, resolution authorizing the township to accept and qualify responses to the request for proposals for professional services for bond counsel for calendar year 2025. Resolution 25-119 is a resolution extending the timeframe for the execution of a redevelopment agreement and planning board submission between BDP Holdings LLC and the submissions between BDP Holdings LLC and the Township for Lackawanna Redevelopment Project.
Extension of time?
That was,
Thank you. And then, no, June 8th, there are tier dates.
For the finance, it was earlier than yours. Yeah.
Yeah. But this, since we're talking about that, it does need to be amended, I think, but this is a first reading, so we have time to do some amendments.
Well, this is a resolution.
Yeah.
One and done.
One and done. Oh, okay. Well, I
Because
think,
this list here isn't to be the consent agenda for next week, right? Or next meeting. It's really to this action for tonight, or some of them at least?
well, these are items that were not on the consent agenda 2 weeks ago.
right.
Not
Correct.
consent agenda, but, the conference meetings agenda.
Okay. So are we
Did we
voting on
have,
this resolution tonight?
did we have discussion? Everyone had enough discussion and understand exactly what's going on, if you're comfortable to vote?
Mayor, I would like to have a question about number 14.
Does everybody feel like they have, you don't have enough information for that, for number,
She's back to 14.
you're back at 14?
Yes.
Okay, where were we? We were at 16. 17, right. I thought we were at 17.
Well,
I think the manager is just reading this.
Okay.
To
Correct.
put it on the record, the items that were not discussed at the last meeting.
Correct.
And then, at that time, Mayor, if you wish to ask for questions or council member discussion, I think he was almost
Well,
through his
no, and I really appreciate you, manager, but that's why when I ask So for the new business resolutions, I had called on the council members to read it, because since they are new and they haven't had discussion, if there was going to be discussion, then we could have had it at that time and decided if we were ready to vote on it or not, I guess. But so why don't we go back to Resolution 14? Councilor, you had some questions for 14? Okay.
I apologize, I didn't have the resolution.
Okay.
So regarding the,
Huh?
am I gone?
Oh, I'm sorry. So regarding the professional service contract for RSC Architects to assess the physical conditions of Clary Anderson Arena, I do just want to clarify, because, you know, I saw the memo that you sent us, and I just want to know if there is, if it might be advisable for us to consider whether or not we need to close the arena until this assessment is done.
So, if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
I visited Clary Anderson Arena about 2 weeks ago with Austin and Garland from Recreation, as well as Jeff Schlecht, who's an architect with RSC Architects. I had been here. I had never visited Clary Anderson Arena before, so I didn't know what to expect, and I had heard different things about the physical condition. Our visit was concerning to me because I did witness firsthand many code violations, as well as life, health, safety hazards. It made me feel very uncomfortable that it's a place of public accommodation. There's people going there. The roof is leaking directly into the utility room, where the mechanical systems and especially an electrical sub-panel is exposed to the elements. That's in a utility room that's off to the side. I don't believe it's accessible to the general public, but still from a risk management and insurance liability perspective, very concerning. That was why I'd asked for a proposal for the architect. So if approved, the architects will do an assessment of code violations, life, health, safety hazards, and come up with a prioritized repair list with itemized cost estimates. They have cost estimators on staff. And at that time, I will present their findings and recommendations to the mayor and council, and it will be up to you to decide whether, you know, it warrants the investment. I can tell you from eyeballing it myself, it will be in the six figures to make the necessary repairs.
Yeah, but just in reference to the discussions that we've had, and certainly, Manager, we had some discussions, Councilor Toller, Lockman, yourself, myself, and then this evening, Councilor D'Amato, and I've had discussions. So members of the council, we've been discussing this, and just in terms of the public safety aspect of this, I certainly would feel very comfortable if we did not allow it to be opened for individuals to go in there until such a time as that we are, 100%, sure that there is going to be no safety hazard for anyone. And then we can do whatever studies we need to do, whatever time that thing. But I think that the first thing that I would recommend that we do is that we, say it's closed, prohibited use until further.
Is it being used now?
No, I think it's closed now, but it just needs to stay that way so that people won't think that they can just freely go in and out. Yes, Councilor Williams.
So don't hit me, because I know that this is something that you're not going to like. I think under a certain dollar amount, you don't need our approval. Am I wrong? I thought it was like $44,000.
Correct.
Right. So that's why I was wondering why this was brought up as a resolution.
Every town is different with its rules. It's a professional service so in other jurisdictions where I worked, a professional service contract, even under the quote threshold of
Non-fair and open.
6,600, required mayor and council approval. I just assumed that was the case here.
May I say something?
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
I mean, it also makes sense to bring this to the council's attention at this point, because
Yes.
in the,
Yes.
I understand that, no.
This doesn't need to be a resolution.
No, okay, but I think that part of it was, let's bring this to the council attention. We in the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee have been talking about this and trying to decide how do we resolve what the next steps are with Carrie Anderson. I mean, there's a point of view that you should close it. It's reached its normal life. There's other things perhaps we could do with the property to maybe generate some revenue for the town. And, that actually would or would not be supported by the information we might get from the engineering group. I mean, I know that people have sentimental attachments. It's been in town for forever, but we're putting money into it. It basically caters to commercial interests that are not town residents, and we have to really seriously think about it. Do we want to keep this in play? We could do a ground lease. We could lease it to somebody who knows how to manage arenas and let them deal with it. It's not our strength. And also, the manager that we've had has just let it go, to the dogs. So anyway.
May I?
Yes, Councilor Toller.
Right. Thank you. So you're correct, Councilor Williams. This is under the threshold, but I would like to thank our manager for bringing it forward for full transparency so that everyone can see it, everyone's caught up to speed. Facilities and Infrastructure, myself, along with Councilor D'Amato, Councilor Loftman, we know that this is a tough decision, a tough conversation, I should say, and this was a good thing that he did to bring this to us in this manner, so I appreciate you for doing that, Mr. Marks.
Just to be completely clear, it wasn't a reprimand or anything like that. I'm just saying we don't necessarily need to vote on this. Yes, bring it up, but we don't need to vote on this because it's within his purview. That was it.
Correct. Councilor Lockman, and then, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Councilor Lockman.
Just one more thing. My profession was risk management, and now we've let the cat out of the bag. We know that this is a facility that is, falling apart
Dangerous.
and
Yes,
potentially dangerous.
dangerous.
We'd have no defense if something happened here to somebody at this place if we didn't do anything.
Correct.
So therefore, you're absolutely right. We should shut the thing down right now until we get an answer on what to do.
I don't know that I'd agree with the characterization that we said it's falling apart and it's dangerous, but perhaps I didn't visit the site. I haven't seen any reports. Perhaps it is worthwhile to shut it down. I'm not going to comment.
But you didn't have to agree with that. Thank you. I'm going to call on Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, I've got bad news, which is that I did talk with somebody who told me today that, in fact, it is still being used. So the
wow.
MHS is done, but the clubs are using it for tryouts and other things. That's just from one source.
You have to go up to
But,
Montclair State.
Having seen the manager's, wonderful and quite thoughtful note, that put us on notice, and now talking about it in public. I mean, it's a 600-volt panel or something. I mean, it's like this is frightening stuff. I don't know what the process is, but there are people using it, and we have to help the community understand, and work very hard on this to be serious about what's going to happen next. About this RFQ, I want to make sure that what they come back with is something more than a list of repairs that we might do on a building that might be a tear down.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the process is. I have never done this, run a rink before, so I don't know how we're going to go about spending $34,000 to be told burn it down is also painful, having just spent $60,000 on a report about it, and so this is going to be really tough.
So at this point in time, it seems that it's less important for us to, vote on this dollar amount right now than it is to perhaps make a motion to prohibit further use on it, so that we can do that. Yes, sir, manager?
So I did speak with the architect this afternoon about this very issue. He recommended that I go out with a construction code official and the electrical inspector at first opportunity tomorrow, so I will reach out to them tomorrow. And if it's deemed to be, clear and present danger or, life, health, safety hazard, unsafe building, it will be those folks who are the licensed code officials who can officially shut it down. If they think it's, manageable, then it's their licenses. Well, they're duly licensed, code inspectors by the state of New Jersey. So, they're in the best position. Because I asked him I asked the architect who makes that determination, and it's ultimately the subcode official.
And do their kids play ice hockey?
That shouldn't matter. I mean,
I know it shouldn't, but I'm just saying, because if they come back and they say, fine, go ahead, we don't have any input.
Well, if you want to take, that's your prerogative, if you want to shut it down preemptively before they've made their, inspection or recommendation.
No, but I'm just basing it on, from what you said and from what other people that have been in there and inspected said. So when we were speaking as a group, it sounded as though you certainly did not think that it was safe for.
It's certainly concerning.
Question.
Yes, Councilor Toller.
No, you said you're going to go out tomorrow with the officials, the code, the construction?
I will, assuming that the official is available tomorrow, we will go out tomorrow.
And the fire official?
And the fire official.
And to me, that makes sense.
Councilor
because-
Birmingham.
I'm sorry, thank you, Mayor. It makes sense because we do have contracts that, are at play, so to have an official code enforcer make that decision seems to make sense, and it sounds like it can be done very quickly, tomorrow.
It should be able to. It should be
Okay.
a relatively quick turnaround.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Resolution 15R 25-118. Who is next? Was it? The manager. We're at Resolution 25-118, resolution authorizing the township to accept and qualify responses to the request for proposals for professional services for bond counsel for CY 2025. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just have one question. Resolution number 14, did we need to vote on that, Madam Clerk, or are we just going to table that? I'm just asking for the record.
As I understand it, the manager has presented it, and he wants the governing body to consider adopting it.
Okay, that's what I thought. So we moved on ahead, and I'm
But I
just
thought
trying
we
to.
said that, you said we didn't have to vote on it.
No,
So
I didn't
now
say that. I was
it was
asking a
below the
question.
threshold. Okay, so Councilor Williams said that.
Well, it's because the threshold, yes, it is below the threshold,
Mhm.
the 44,000, but now that it's in front of us and it's on public record, it's part of our agenda, do we need to vote on it? Whether it's $2 or 44,999, it's here in the public, do we need to vote on that?
But it
Now,
matters to me what the findings are when they go out there tomorrow to decide, what they're going to do with that. Because as some have said tonight, it might be worth going in a different direction versus, putting 34,000 here and 34,000 there. So I would like to have more information about, the condition, and is it something that should be habitable or not at this point in time before I just say, go ahead and put some money. Councilor Williams.
Can I just make a motion to withdraw that? And because if we withdraw it, you
Yes,
don't have
I'll
to vote
second
on
that.
it, and it's within your purview.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
That's fine.
All right, now we are, no. Now we are at the bond council. Now, your intention for putting all of these new business things on here is because you wanted to have them voted on this evening? Or how they're, because this is just a new format, so I'm not really clear about the format.
There were items that were requested to be added to the agenda or put on the agenda, including there was the bond ordinance for the library. In order for the bond ordinance for the library to be added to the agenda, it needed to be reviewed by bond counsel. The township advertised an RFP for the bond counsel, but never awarded a contract. So it's a little bit of a chicken and egg in terms of you need the bond counsel before before the library bond could proceed. That's why the bond counsel was necessary.
Okay, so I so move.
I said,
Discussion?
yes, so I think I was the one who requested this.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson?
Thank you. I was the one who requested this. I understand that we needed the services. We need somebody to look at it. And this is just sort of anticipating future needs. So I thought it would be better to have a contract in place with bond counsel.
And just to be clear, any work that they did already do is well below, like, the threshold that we needed, right? That's how I understood it from the CFO.
Yes, the CFO has, that was part of the conversation as to whether or not we needed to actually have a contract with a firm, or whether they could just invoice it because the amount of work was so low. But I think, at the end of the day, I think some...
Right, like moving forward, it makes sense.
I think, I don't want to speak for Mr. Marks, but I think Mr. Marks and I thought that there are going to be other bond issues that are going to come up. I'd rather have at least one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have no problem with this.
If not multiple firms
Yeah.
qualified to assist us on bond issues as they arise.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, the township does not have a bond counsel?
We don't have a contract with anybody for bond counsel.
Okay.
But we did have bond attorneys from one of the firms that we use assist us on the library bond notices and certifications that were required in order for you to approve that ordinance on second reading tonight.
Right, okay, thank you. Discussion? Yeah, it's been moved and second. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. No, we're at, right, no, I know where we are. I'm just reading that because there's two things here that I want to pull and go into executive session for, and I want to make sure we're not there yet. Number 16.
Items, I'm sorry, would you like me to read?
Yes.
Item 16 is Resolution 25-119, resolution extending the time frame for the execution of a redevelopment agreement and planning board submission between BDP Holdings LLC and the submissions between BDP Holdings LLC and the Township for Lackawanna Redevelopment Project.
Oh, Attorney Garcia?
So Mayor, yesterday, I had the opportunity to speak to our redevelopment counsel, Joe Ragno, who was here at the last meeting, as well as the counsel for the entity that was designated as the redeveloper. And there were some very minor changes that I wanted to make to the resolution. And when, again, I was out of town late last night, and this morning I sent it to my assistant to send the changes over to Manager Marks's assistant to be placed on the agenda. And my assistant wrote back that we were not going to accept any changes at that time. So I was just wondering, I don't know if there was miscommunication or something, but there was just a couple of minor ones. For instance, in the second whereas clause, paragraph 1, it says, plan approval is submitted to the planning board on or before August 30th, 2025. I think that date, based on prior resolution, should be June 1st.
Okay.
2025. So that would be one proposed amendment that I would request. The second one is in paragraph 2. It says a redevelopment agreement is executed by all parties in a form acceptable to the township attorney. I believe based on some issues you had with past redevelopment agreements, that should say, and the mayor and township council. Just bear with me. In the third whereas clause, where it says, whereas in order to set forth the terms and conditions under which BDP will undertake redevelopment of the redevelopment area, comma, I just think it's, and based on the history and findings set forth in the September 24th, 2024 resolution, which was R-24-216.
I'm sorry, attorney, can you please read to
Yeah.
me where that's going?
Third whereas clause.
Right?
Right after the comma, after redevelopment area.
Okay. Where it says the Township of BDP?
Yeah, right before the township and BDP.
Okay, what are we adding there, please, sir?
And based on the history and findings set forth in the September 24th, 2024 resolution, R-24-216.
These are not substantive changes that we're doing here?
The date,
or-
I think the date is substantive. I think the June 1st, the first one that I said is certainly substantive. I would argue that the second one, adding the township mayor and council after township attorney, I could make an argue that this is substantive. I mean, I don't think that I
Right.
know that I'm not a unilateral authority that can approve those things by
So, I
myself.
mean, so after we do this, and we can just withdraw this and move on?
We could just amend it, because this is not an ordinance. We could, if you accept my recommendations, we can just vote on it as amended, as we did earlier on a different resolution.
Okay.
In the first now therefore be it resolved clause, it refers to September 1st, 2025. I think that needs to be March 1st, 2025.
Mine says November. November 1st, 2025, or am I at the wrong one?
Mine says,
It's supposed
No,
to say
no.
March?
I think it's supposed to say March.
Okay,
Mine-
so-
Well, I'm right. We have two different versions
I have the
here.
November 1st.
Right.
Okay.
You have November 1st. There was
Yes.
another one that said September 1st. I think it's supposed to say March.
March, okay. Counselor Toller?
And then the last
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry.
I'll let him finish, go ahead.
The last one, thank you, Councilor Toller. The last one, in the second, now therefore be resolved, it refers to 90 days from the date of this resolution, and I would ask that it be 120 days from the date of the resolution. And those are all my somewhat minor, but I do believe substantive revisions that I would request.
May I?
Counselor Toller and then Counselor Lockman.
Yeah, so the attorney said, as he stated in the the third whereas, where it says Township Attorney, semicolon, and we did agree on Mayor and Council. This was presented to us on January 28th, 2025. On this agenda, on this resolution on number 2, on 90 days. On this one, it's at 90, and you're asking for 120. And again, we agreed on January 28th, 2025, that it would say the township attorney, mayor, and council, and manager. You said a March date, and it's not a March date because the other.
I'm
what I'm
sorry,
saying.
but I don't see the
Well,
Januaries at all
You would have
on
to have
mine.
printed out the other two resolutions to understand what he's saying. And if you don't have,
But he didn't say January in his.
no, he said March. Didn't you say March?
I said March.
Okay.
Yeah, March 1st, 2025.
Right, I know that this says November, and we're working, you guys are looking at number 16, which is in front of us. If you had number 15 from January 28th, 2025, as well as September 24th, 2024, you would better understand what the attorney is saying.
I didn't have a problem
No, no, no,
following and
I-
understanding what he was saying without that. It's making it more complicated for me to understand what the January dates.
I agree, but I
I
was
made a
able to
mistake,
follow
too.
along.
Council
so-
told her it should be March 1, 2026, because at the January 28th meeting, I believe, 11 months outside was what the council had discussed.
Right, so again, this probably just needs to be reworked because there's several
Yeah, I tried to do that yesterday, but I was told
Yeah, it
that-
got a little twisted
I was
up.
told
I
that-
see where you were going with it, but I think if we're going to do this and do it right, we need to make sure that this has
So
all
why
the
don't
words
we,
in it
I'm
that we
still trying to figure out, why can't we just withdraw this then? I'm
We
just-
can, if-
Yeah, is
if
there like a
that's the
rush? It
council's
seems
wish.
like we're
Because-
writing and talking and
Because the-
adding and deleting, and I don't think we've ever added this much to any resolution that we've done, you know, since we came together as a group in July, and then just felt, unless it's like a time that we have to do something, that we need to go forward. I haven't even had a chance to read it and get the flow.
Could you not vote on it tonight?
Yeah.
Probably. The redevelopment designation is set to expire April 28th, 2025. Could you do a resolution after that,
Yeah.
extending it? Probably. But it's just an awkward look.
Yeah.
And
Can I ask-
again, I've been here 4 months and I'm still a little bit unsure on who's drafting resolutions, how they get to the agenda, when they get to me. But we got this, and
Okay.
having an opportunity to speak with our council yesterday, we did request what I think are really minor amendments. I don't think there's anything earth-shattering in here. And I was told that we weren't accepting amendments at that time. I don't know if that was based on a miscommunication, but that's what I was told yesterday.
Okay, so based on what you're saying about the April 28th expirations, then I think that we should move forward. Was there anything else, Attorney Garcia, that you wished to add to this before we vote?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Counselor Lockman.
So were these changes discussed with BDP's council?
Yes,
So, and that council agrees with the changes you want to make?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Babin is
Okay, thank you. That's
100% on
fine.
board with the changes.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, do you have the changes recorded there, or do you need us to read back the amendments that we'd like to put in here?
I understood what Attorney Garcia said, and I will be in contact with him so he can get me the correct version.
Okay, so I'd like to move this based on the amendments that Attorney Garcia shared with us for this evening. Is there a second? Yes. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
So item number 17 is a ordinance O-25-17, an ordinance to amend section 127, disorderly conduct of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Item 17 and item 21, Mayor, are your items.
Yeah, they're related to the beer garden changes that you requested, Mayor.
Correct. I just don't see the rest of it. Okay, so this is the same one that was presented at the last meeting, or were there changes, Attorney?
You had directed me to speak to Ms. Camerata,
Yes.
who, I was out a couple days last week, she was out ill this week. I hadn't been a chance to talk to her. I didn't put this didn't come from me, this ordinance. This didn't come from my office. I don't know.
When we had it on the first time, it
Right, we
It
had
came
it, we
from
had it on at the
your
last
office,
the last
yeah.
meeting. You wanted or there were some people who wanted some additional changes.
correct.
And we were not able to get an understanding of what all those changes were in order to get the changes on the agenda tonight. So I'm not sure why. I thought somebody else put 17 and 18 on. It did not come from me.
Okay, so from the council, what are your questions, please, and concerns? Because it didn't go back to Michelle. So what are the questions and concerns, please? Discussion from the council?
Mayor?
Yes.
As I said at the last meeting, I'm totally fine with the substance of this. It sounds like fun.
I would like us to have this to be in, normal format with like whereases that explains what it's for and what it's about. And I would be I will help if you want to help.
No,
writing
I
that.
sent it to the attorney's office, and so the attorney's office was going to do that as far as I know. I didn't know now that I was responsible for that,
Well,
as well as
it,
doing my own
just
administrative things
dress
from
it
time
up.
to time. I thought that when you went to the legal department, which when we first did it right away, Attorney Garcia was very helpful and sent back.
Yeah. The way I thought this legislating gig worked was that the attorney's office really helped us with the technical aspects of it, and that we generally sometimes could do the, in terms the frilly stuff at the top to explain to people
I have
what it's
no
about.
problem preparing the ordinance, as the mayor said, when, she first brought this to our attention, she had a draft within a day. We modeled this off previous ordinance amendments that we've done in Montclair, as well as when it comes to the substance of the beer garden, what other similarly situated municipalities such as Jersey City have done. Counselor, I can give you a call tomorrow if you want, some more whereas clauses explaining, the reasoning behind the proposed changes. I'm happy to do that. That'll afford me additional time. Mayor, I already explained to you, and thank you for your patience on speaking to Ms. Camerata. And I believe Austin's, he stepped out. I think he's supposed to be on that call as well. So we'll get those changes done.
And please tell me what time that's going to happen tomorrow, because
I
I'm
haven't
going.
gotten a time. You said who was available. I think Austin and I said we were both available at your convenience. So.
Okay, then we can withdraw this for now, but then there's another matter that just came up. So is it correct now that we have to write our own ordinances and resolutions? Because for the 12 years that I was part of the council before, and I know it's new term and new people, but then we need to get that understanding. If moving forward from now on, the council members have to write their own resolutions and ordinances, then that needs to be explained, because we always had an attorney, and the attorney was very good at those things, and we would give the information to the attorney, and they would be put in whatever that format was. If it was something that we already had a resolution for, or like what you're saying, you took something from somewhere else, then of course that was, a little easier, because you're just borrowing, maybe changing a date here or there. But is it the understanding of this group now that we have to write our own ordinances and resolutions, as well as do our own administrative work?
I think the top, if I may, for me, writing the whereases in a piece of legislation is like actually one of the top joys of the job. So, and the way I would look at it is that we write the why and they write the how. They write how it's working, the legalese.
We just have to read that.
and
We just have to
write-
have it in writing and be clear, because I'm not taking any joy from adding on extra administrative work, and I know you guys have, refused to feel the need to have any administrative assistance, and yet and still, when I am chasing around, trying to return calls and trying to do so many things that, ideally would be very helpful to have an administrative person have a calendar that we could all go on to and pull up and have those things. And I've heard some of the council say, yeah, you take joy in this, but just because you take joy in that, I want to see it in writing, that this is our role and responsibility. And if so, it's just new.
Well,
and-
legislators legislate. It's like they draft legislation and write legislation. So
I'm really clear about the
I'm cool either way.
legislation part. I am not clear about the part that it's our responsibility to have to sit there and write it. And all I'm saying is, if so, I just want to see it in writing. Because for the 12 years that I was here, we always had an attorney that would, write up the resolutions and things based on the information that we shared. So I just want to see it in writing. Councilor
Mayor
Toller?
Baskerville?
Yes.
If I-
Yes.
I'm so sorry,
Go ahead,
Councilor.
Clerk. Madam Clerk.
I'm available if you have questions about these two ordinances, since what is written here is an application that's reviewed by the chief of police. and myself, the township clerk. So if the governing body has questions, I'm here at this meeting. Ask and I'll answer.
May I?
Okay, so you're going back to the specifics of this, and my question, after I said I could withdraw this, was just a more general one, because Councilor D'Amato mentioned something about writing this up into, the format for doing ordinances and resolutions. And so this is the first that I've ever heard that was the responsibility of the council to do that. So I just want to see these things in writing so that I'll know. I never, ever saw that or ever heard that from any of the council for the 12 years that I was here. I know it's a new year, and I just want to be on board if that's what we're doing, but I've never heard that before. Councilor Toller, and yes, I'm sorry.
That's
I'd like to call on Attorney Garcia and then come back to you. If that's okay with you, Councilor Toller.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief, Council Total. I just wanted to make clear, I understood it when you asked me as my obligation to write the ordinance, right? So if anybody wants me to write it, if somebody asks me to do something, I understand that as my obligation to write it. If someone wants to write their own because they take joy in the whereas clause, I'm certainly happy to right. I don't want there to be any insinuation that I thought that I didn't have to write, like, I
No,
knew
and
the
you did
task-
it so
I knew
rapidly,
the task I
right.
was assigned, and I'm happy to do
You
it.
jumped right on it. I was surprised at how quickly you turned that around for me, and I was very grateful. I was just trying to get clarity, and I could probably do that offline so we can move on. Counselor Toller, do you have something that we have to say tonight? Otherwise, like I withdrew that. Can somebody second
Well,
it and we move on?
I don't know if you need to withdraw
Okay.
it, Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
okay.
because the question that I have is, this 127-6.b is a portion of a current ordinance. This is the only paragraph that's being revised. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
Councilor
so when
Toller,
we're
only
talking
the
about
underlying
whereases,
language.
we already have a town code, if you will, an ordinance in place for this, and all we're doing is revising one paragraph. So would it need all these whereases, et cetera? Because this is how I'm reading. This is an amendment to a current ordinance, and the paragraph that's being revised is 127-6.b. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so we wouldn't need all this whereas. You could easily go on our township website to review the current ordinance. So,
And it will be codified.
right.
So the code will be updated to reflect that
Right, the
now
new
you can
paragraph
consume
within it.
alcohol if you have a park permit.
Correct. That's, I just wanted clarification.
Thank you.
Yep, that's a good point, yeah. You
The
get wrapped
paragraph
up
in our
this
current
one.
ordinance.
Yep, yep. And can I, just to address, may I?
Councilor
Yeah.
Lockman.
I personally do like to write my own ordinances, and I generally write them and then submit them to the attorney. But I feel like I'm the one closest to the law that I'm trying to get passed, so why shouldn't I write them? So that's my view. So I'm kind of with you there. I like whereases and all that.
Okay,
You know
so
that.
for
Yeah,
those
yeah,
of you
yeah.
that find joy in doing that, and if one of you guys finds joy in, responding to emails, answering phones, making calendars so we can all see where all the dates are and people don't get left out of certain things. I mean, it's just some things that we need to talk about, but we need to do that offline. So, Councilor Toller, what is your suggestion here?
Again, I think we can go ahead with this. You don't need to withdraw it because, again, this is an amendment to a current ordinance, and we're not amending the full ordinance. We're not creating a new ordinance. We are adjusting one small paragraph, and it's identified for us here on this document, 127-6, and the new language is underlined. The new
Yeah.
language that we're adding to our current ordinance is Chapter 234, or the Code of the Township of Montclair. That's it. How's that? 2, 4, 6, 8,
Yeah.
10 words.
Okay.
You get a permit to use
Yeah.
the park, but you have a beer garden in the park, you can't be charged with disorderly persons, right? So we just have to connect, that one to 17 has to be connected to 21.
Okay.
And
Councilor Birmingham?
I'm just quickly, because the last time it was introduced, it just said beer, but now it's saying alcoholic beverages.
No,
and-
beer garden. This is very specific for beer garden. Right.
No, so then we're
Yeah.
not just doing beer.
Right,
Okay.
no, it's just for,
It says
right, I'm
alcoholic
sorry, it's
beverages.
supposed to be beer garden.
Okay.
Right.
The one I drafted, which is this, which says the mayor and council of the town may permit the distribution and consumption of alcoholic beverages within an enclosed area with a regulated entrance incidental to the approved use of any township parks upon securing any license. So, like, I mean, sometimes, you know, some of my towns have festivals. So
Right.
Religious festivals, they'll take a portion of the park, they'll warden it off, they'll have a little bar area there, right? And there's drinks other than beer. It's not super exotic, but, you know, if you want a vodka, you can get a vodka. If you want a glass of
And that's why, and I appreciate that, and I think, thank you. And that's why I was saying after the last time, I wanted to hear from the Director Camarada, because I know that there were some specific concerns, and even from the Director of Parks, regarding having all alcoholic beverages rather than just the beer garden. And so, again, I think maybe we'll just withdraw it until we get those things, because it's important, and they spend a lot of time to deliberate on this, and I was hoping that we could have heard back from them, but we didn't. And even though it would be great to have this because the weather is nice and people are having like AAPI, whatever, you know, all the different festivals are starting, but if we're not going to have it in the way that our directors have had an opportunity to express their concerns.
Is that their only concern, is that serving beverages other than beer?
After we talked about it and talked about the pros and the cons and the different, like the glass containers versus just a little beer thing on tap and different things like that, it was my understanding that everyone at the table was in favor of the beer garden.
Well, and I'll talk to you again, I don't want to get too into it, but my experience at these type of events is all of the beverages are served in the same plastic cup.
On tap.
It's all regulated by the state.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'm here to
You get
answer
wine,
questions.
or you
But
get-
we shouldn't
or you get
specify.
a vodka tonic, or you get a beer.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like Sam's, feet, it's all in the same plastic cup.
And you can sell a can of Coke, so you can sell a can
They
of
don't
beer
do that.
or wine.
They
No, but-
they were
But we're
trying not to do that.
Look, especially, just the appearance of impropriety is, this was brought to us, it came to my inbox courtesy of a beer company. So I'm not gonna vote for something that limits it to beer based on that. It's
Well, I'm not a beer drinker, so I don't have, there's nothing that
all right,
I'm not
just
here
saying that,
advocating for
this
one or
is
the
fine.
other.
This one is fine, it says alcohol.
But as a courtesy, I'm just saying that I think, and perhaps, Madam Clerk, you were in attendance at that meeting. Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
help me out a little bit here, please? What was your
Okay.
recollection of what some of those concerns were about why we would just have the beer garden?
The one concern was the cleanup.
Right.
That was something that was said by DCS as well as Department of Recreation.
Right.
The glass and
Right.
the dangers. But the police department was there, and they did speak to how each application comes with a security plan. So this is already happening in town. It's
Right.
just that they do it in the street. And then they have
Versus
to
the park.
close the street, as opposed to coming into the park. So the first resolution that you have would permit consumption of alcohol in the park. That's O-25-17.
Okay.
O-25-18 would then say, okay, you can consume alcohol in the public in a township park if you get a park permit from Recreation,
Right.
if you get a mayor and council approval, so this would have to come back to you per event,
Okay.
and you'd have to approve by resolution. And then lastly, you'd have to get permission from the ABC, which means you fill out that state application 14 days in advance, and it goes through the normal course of business, review by the police department, review by my office. So
But this
not
was, they
something-
already have to go through the ABC, they already have to get the permit, they already have to, the only thing, and this is interesting, because the only thing now that you're saying it has to go through the council to get approval, so I think that would be like the new layer.
Yes,
of,
ma'am, and that's O-25-18. So if the council introduces these two ordinances tonight, you'll have a public hearing sometime May 20, I think, is the next time we can have a public hearing. And then after you have that public hearing, if you adopt it, every time a festival happens and they want to consume alcohol in a park, they're going to need a resolution approved by
That's
you
a
all.
lot.
We only have one meeting each.
I'm sorry?
Presently, your borough code just prohibits alcohol.
In the park.
In the park.
Correct.
So while you're right that they already, like, if they want to do it in a street or some other setting.
It's happening.
they have to go to ABC.
Correct.
We still have to amend the ordinance to allow them to do it in the park. So that means you have to amend 234 to remove the prohibition and then amend the other ordinance so that they can't be charged with disorderly person.
Correct.
I think it's a pretty,
Mhm,
I'm biased. I think it's a pretty good ordinance. It's one that's consistent with other, like I said, similarly situated towns having these type of events, like Hoboken and Jersey City. But, you know.
Well, I have a couple.
Deputy Mayor?
I don't, I think the ordinances are fine. I just have questions about their implementation. So I think you described like the steps. I think we just need to make it very clear, like what the steps are to the people who might be interested. Also, I wanted to know, was there discussion about like an additional fee or?
There's no fee collected by the municipality. All
Correct.
that service that I was just talking about, the township collects nothing.
Yeah.
The state collects about $100 to $150
And
per day.
the discussion that we had at that meeting regarding fees are that the vendor, the person that would providing the alcoholic beverages would make that agreement with whoever the person was that was hosting the event. So say it was African American Heritage Festival, then that vendor, whoever it was that was going to have the alcoholic beverages, whatever agreement that they made, so they might charge X% or whatever, but that would be between them, not with the township.
So the vendor would, so the organization that's holding the event and has the permit to have the event in the park, they would be the one paying the fee to whoever's selling? Is that your
No, the
understanding?
people that were selling would be paying whatever their agreement is. So if
To
you're
the
doing,
nonprofit.
right, thing, and I said, hey, I want to sell some beer there, then you might say, well, okay, we're going to be there for 2 hours, so you have to pay me $200, or whatever that
Yeah.
number is, but that's not coming to the township.
Why shouldn't it go to the township?
So we discussed that, and then people started saying things like that might, prohibit it, make it like, so people wouldn't benefit from doing it. Because they already have to go to the state and pay a hefty fee, the person for the consumption of the alcohol. Then they have to come here and they have to pay a fee to whoever the people are that are hosting the main event. And then to add another event, I mean, if the council wants to do that, but that's why we didn't proceed and say, yes, and now we want you to give us another $100, because, I don't think the feeling didn't seem as though we were trying to make it impossible for them to be able to make a couple of dollars, right? I think that there's been a lot of people that are interested in having alcoholic beverages. We've seen people enjoy that when they have it like a foot outside of the park grounds, and so now we were just trying to make it so that they don't have to fight to get to, the parking lot area versus put it into the park.
The
May I-
permitting fees are also, well,
yeah.
in other towns, they're pretty nominal, right? I mean, I think like Jersey City's fee might be like $500.
But the people that are hosting that
Right.
would pay
No, I'm
that.
saying in terms-
yeah.
Right, I'm on your side on this in the sense that I'm saying, like, it's not like whatever fee we charge is gonna come close to covering whatever cleanup costs or other costs might be associated with it. It's just really an administrative, like, paper
Well, then,
pushing.
yeah, I mean, that's what we're discussing here. If people
Mm-hmm.
think it would be a good idea for us to try to get some more money out of the vendors that are,
I don't want to get more money. I just
Okay.
have a question. In fact, I would go the other direction. Do we need to pass resolutions for this on a case-by-case basis? Is that baked into?
I don't think so. I'm
What?
not in favor of that.
Is that in the ABC law?
That's in O-25-18. It's not in the ABC law, but.
It's in 25.
In O-25-18 that's before you, it says that the applicant can consume alcohol or, pull a permit with the approval of the council. I'll look at the exact
Because it
language.
says
It
may.
would- It would be a formality. As long as they meet the criteria, it would be a formality to approve. You're not going to discriminate amongst groups.
But you
as to-
still would
that's-
take time.
Do we have to do, because it says here,
Can't it just be the clerk?
the mayor and the
I
council
already do it, but.
of
the
Montclair
matter of
may
doing it in
permit the
park.
distribution and consumption.
That part.
So that may permit, that means we have to pass a resolution. in
The
order
only
to
way
do
that
it.
you act is as a body.
Can we, or is it possible to just make an ordinance that, where they have to follow, like, get the permit, pay the fee, but it doesn't have to come to the
Can it
council?
just say
I'm
that-
I don't know.
sure, if
I mean,
Attorney
that-
Garcia agrees,
Because
I'm sure it's
Just as
possible.
an example, like, in the summer, we have a meeting on June 3rd,
Right.
and our next meeting is July
July.
26th.
It's crazy, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we don't
Not
have
everybody plans
to
to
do
have
it.
Yeah. I agree 100%.
I agree,
Yeah.
too, that we should take the council approval out of that.
Yeah, yeah.
So you would just want to say the township? Notwithstanding anything contained herein to the contrary, the township may permit the distribution and consumption of alcoholic beverages? Okay.
Thank you.
I'm all for making your meeting shorter, but I mean, at the same, we constantly get questioned about, transparency and not doing things out in the, I don't know, for me, I feel a lot more comfortable if the mayor and council were doing a memorializing resolution, but if you don't want to do it, that's fine, we could amend the ordinance.
So I'm sorry, Attorney, tell me what you just said, please.
I think, again, I don't want to speak for Manager Marks, but I think earlier there was a question, well, why is this on the agenda? I think anytime you're expending money or allowing people to use public property such as a park, I think your employees and your agents, such as myself, would feel much more comfortable if there was a formalized approval from the governing body.
100%.
So that there could be no accusation that anybody was doing anything without your knowledge or consent.
100%, and I appreciate that about you, Attorney Garcia. And again, I also appreciate, the rapid turnover when I gave you, what we were trying to accomplish from that meeting. So thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, listen, I was going to say Township Attorney. Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you. I think it should still come before the council, otherwise we won't have any way of knowing what type of events are being held in our township, by whom, what the hours are, especially if alcohol is being served.
But we should. That's
But
why
no,
I
that's
keep
what I'm
saying we
saying,
need
we
to have a
should.
centralized calendar and have all the events on it, so everybody knows what's going
Well,
on.
even with a calendar, that's fine, but we get to review it first. We don't know who's coming into town and wants to sell alcohol at their event. We need to know who's going to be here, what park or street parks they're going to use, and what the type of event is.
And so the way we had our discussion, by the way, was for Montclair groups. It wasn't just random people coming into our
No, I
neighborhood.
understand, but if
Okay.
it's open to anyone, then it's open to anyone. Doesn't mean, this is not limiting outside people from doing this. That's my concern. Not that outside people are bad, but I'm just saying anyone can come in now, put a permit in to use, say, Nishawayne Park.
Yeah.
Put in this permit for alcohol, and we don't know
That's a
who
good
the
point.
people or persons are that are gonna be having this event. And it can get bad, really ugly down the
Yeah.
road if we're not aware of any event where alcohol is being served. It's not about a general calendar, it's about, perhaps we can implement, and I'm happy to talk with the clerk and the manager about it, but we can set up some kind of schedule, if you will, where if people want to put these permits in on a quarterly basis, an issue, maybe we'd have to limit the events. I don't know, but there's a way to do it so that it wouldn't have to be on every single agenda.
Mayor, if
Madam
I may,
Clerk?
they are limited to 12 per year. I don't know
Okay.
if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Of course,
No,
I'm
that's
open
better.
to
That's good to
conversation,
know.
but each organization, they have to be nonprofit, civic, or educational, so it's not just anyone who can come in.
Yeah.
They do have to be a
When you say
nonprofit.
12 a year, you mean
Yes.
12 for the township?
No, 12 for that organization.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's
each
even a bigger
organization is
problem.
capped at 12 events per year, and each location is capped at having 25. So for the parks example, we can't have that park used more than 25 times per year.
By that one organization?
By any.
But we
By any
said
organization.
more
That's
than
good to
just nonprofits, as I recall it. They said Montclair nonprofits when we were talking about this. It wasn't just random people coming into the township.
No, I
So when
hear
we had
you,
that
but-
discussion, it was, Montclair nonprofits.
Yeah,
be allowed
that's
to
fair.
do this,
That's fair,
yeah.
but how do
Yeah.
we ensure that if outside nonprofits that aren't Montclair come in and they put in the same applications?
So you're saying, so we need to, I get it. So you're
Absolutely.
saying we need to
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Just one
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
On what grounds would the council say that you can't do this? If we're approving these things, so,
Well, one is if they don't comply with all the, or they don't have all the, whatever the criteria.
well, the clerk would certify that, right?
That'd be number one. Number two is like anything else, right? So people can use your public space for quite a wide latitude of things,
Yeah.
but you can't use it for like public hate, right? Or
Public what?
Hate.
If it's like a hate.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
If it's
yeah.
some sort of hate organization.
Right.
That you could, I was thinking, because I was trying to think about it myself. like,
What
would be the
grounds,
grounds?
right, yeah.
And that was one of the only ones that.
That you could think
It's
of.
kind of similar to like our flag policy, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, but it's where we have to,
Bring it
you
here.
can't
This-
discriminate against anybody.
Yes,
unless-
I got you. Just a
Mayor,
minute.
if I may, the state also allows some discretion of the municipality if there's some instances in the past where there's been bad behavior, not cleaning up, or police calls there
Or
or
a date
something.
doesn't work. There's something else going
There
on in the
is
park.
some
Police-
discretion there that we can use. It's called special
Okay.
conditions.
I'm sorry, Counselor Williams has been sitting here for a minute, and then Counselor Birmingham. Thank you.
Two things. Are we looking to vote on this tonight?
Well, it'd be nice, because the time
Okay.
is upon us when they might want to use it. And then from what I understand, we have to have a public hearing and some other
Yes,
things.
ma'am, it
so
was
that's gonna take
discussed on the
time.
8th.
Can-
It's supposed to be introduced tonight if you follow
Did-
normal course, and then May
Did we
20th.
already move it forward in second?
No, I don't have a motion on the floor,
Okay,
Counsel.
I'll motion to move it forward.
Okay.
I'll
For the
second.
Okay, the next thing here is, I guess anybody applying for this permit, they have to get checked by the police?
Yes,
Background
yes,
check?
Counselor.
Okay.
That's a part of the protocol.
I don't even have all of these pages in my packet. I don't know. It's like-
Would you like to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes,
I do.
I do have.
yes, Counselor
Ba-
Birmingham?
Based on what Mr. Garcia just said, because with the flag policy, we very much are saying that flying the flag in in our public spaces is government speech. Like, and so that we get to determine what we're speaking. Like, that's
Correct.
we've established that.
Okay.
The parks, and if whatever private vendors want to, what they want to sell and what groups, like, I don't want that to be government speech. Like, I don't want, this is where I'm just a
Gotcha.
little bit
Gotcha.
like,
It's a little bit different in the sense
I
that
understand what you're
we
saying.
drafted our flag policy so that it would be your decision, right? You're making the decision
Yes.
to fly flags. You're the one flying. You're not saying, you're not just granting a request, right? You're making a decision to fly. It's your
Yes, it's
government.
our speech.
It's your speech. This would be something, if this is someone asking for a permit to host a private event, but there's still gonna be some regulations on what we're gonna allow them, what we're gonna allow them to do over there, right? I mean, you're not gonna have, adult themed activities going on this year, right? There's gonna be some regulations on what you can do.
but that,
Freedom of, freedom of
but no, but
activity.
so that's my question for you is, should all of that be written into the ordinance to say, no, whatever, because again, to me, it starts to get tricky if a group, let's say a group that, follows all the rules, pays the fees, goes to the clerk, goes to the police, and then they show up here and we're like, you know what, we don't like you, or, I don't really like what you stand for, I'm not,
That's gonna be a rare, it's probably never going to
but
happen.
it will be the lawsuit, if we turn somebody down and they're like, you know
Yeah.
what, you didn't turn this group down, you
Yep.
turned me down, this is what I'm just,
I'm talking about
a good
extreme
point.
examples of.
If that happens, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I
If
got
that
you.
happens and we are reviewing it, we can request additional police if we think something bad is going to happen at that particular event. No, we wouldn't turn anyone away, but we would have the power, if you will, to say, hey, we see that there's a special interest group that wants to use our parks and we're not really comfortable, we can't tell them no. We can definitely alert our town police to make sure that there's adequate policing available. or
But that's the
whoever
other
needs
thing,
be
they have to
there.
provide for the security
Right, that's
for
it.
these events,
They would
and
have to
so
pay for
that's
that,
in
absolutely.
additional things. I think Deputy Mayor had her hand up.
Yes, so What was I going to say? Okay, so I don't think that we should be in, I mean, I'm just wondering if a way to go, get to the core of this is, I mean, if people want to have the council approve these permits, I am wondering if it should be, I mean, the Parks Department is approving the event, right? Based on, I assume, some kind of criteria, like they have certain requirements, right? And then the ability to sell the alcohol should be under criteria. So perhaps we should just be clear on the process. I do think that I would like to vote on this since it's the first reading, but I would really like to be very clear on the actual process, and maybe have that process be very clear that with respect to this part of the events, that the clerk, your office, would be making sure that all the Ts are crossed and Is are dotted, or whatever the expression is, by the time it gets to us in the form of a resolution. And we're just sort of signing off on it.
That sounds good.
Can I answer your question?
Yes.
Because I thought it was a good question.
Yeah, it was.
I don't, and I've said this before to you, I don't know that we're ever going to be able to draft ordinances that are perfect and address every scenario. And I don't know that we can define everything that we would approve and everything that we don't approve. I think it's almost like the famous Supreme Court case, right, where they were asked to define a certain type of art, and the court said, you know it when you see it, right? There are certain things that are so egregious and not fit for one of our parks that I think we'll know it and be comfortable saying, we can't do that here. And I would just be a little uncomfortable punting that decision or kicking that decision off to, our parks director or, some other director or agent of the township. I prefer you all to be able to know what exactly the event is, and 99.9% of the time you're going to approve it. But there might be that 1.1% where you say, let's go a little too far.
Yes, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, please, and I thank you so much for, your participation and helping to lead this discussion. I know you've been very familiar with this. Can you please articulate for us process? If we want to vote on this tonight, what are we voting on?
Well, the first ordinance would be O-25-17, and that's going to amend the code to allow consumption of alcohol in the park, like Attorney Garcia explained before. So it would no longer be considered disorderly conduct if you're drinking in the park. If you have the permits in place, of course. It's not like a single person just opening up alcohol and drinking. And then the second ordinance would allow you to consume alcohol in the park in an enclosed area, so long as you have the park permit, the approval of the mayor and council, and the ABC special permit in place.
And the security.
Yes, the security comes with that ABC permit. So when they make application, they're required to provide a sketch so you can see the proposed area of where the alcohol would be consumed, as well as a security plan, and that's reviewed by the chief of police or his designee and our office. And if it's going to be on public lands, we always require an indemnity agreement to hold the township harmless and a certificate of insurance naming the Township of Montclair.
Okay, so I'd like to, did you make a motion and I seconded already?
Yes, I have that.
So can we have a roll call vote? And this is for number 17, right?
17 and 18.
We're doing them both together.
That's what I understood the motion was.
Okay, 21 maybe, because I don't even have, I just have 17. I don't
Oh,
even
I'm
have
sorry.
the
When I'm
21.
saying 17 and 18, I'm referring to the ordinance number. If you want to talk about the agenda item number, it's
Okay.
agenda item number 17 and 21.
17 and 21.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
yes.
You ready? Okay.
Yes, thank
Deputy
you.
Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Abstain.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes,
Okay.
great. And thank you all for, helping me go through the process, because I really wasn't. And Thank you, Councilor D'Amato, for sharing with me that some people, do their own thing. I really was not aware of it, so I wasn't trying to be flip about it. I just didn't know that, but thank you. All right, moving right along, I'd like to go to the bill list, please. Anybody want to do the bill list?
I'll do the bill list. Can I do it?
Yes, please, thank you. No one does it better.
Okay, so I make a motion to move R-25-120, the bill list resolution, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. This is the council meeting April 22nd, 2025, and the total amount of the bills is $1,616,749.20.
And you so move.
I did.
Okay. Second. Counselor Toller, questions?
Yes. How you come to me first? Mr. Ashley isn't here right now, but, I'm just looking at the Big Belly solar receptacles, and I guess perhaps he can email me tomorrow because I had some questions about placement in other areas in the 4th Ward. So it's not so much that the bill, that's the amount we pay every month for those Big Belly solar waste baskets.
Yeah.
There was one more, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't highlight it. Oh, yeah. If someone else has a question, they're welcome to go
No, I
before
just,
me.
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, Counselor Toll, I just wanted to say, I had a situation where I thought receptacles should be in 2 spots, and I just told them, and they were there. So it's really
Okay.
easy to do. Yeah, in front of the
That's great.
library and on Midland Avenue.
Was it township property, or was it, okay, that's the difference. This isn't township property. The issue we're having is across from Glenville Park because it's so busy. And I did reach out to the county to see if they could put more garbage cans on their property in the park, but when people park on Woodland and Maple and getting in their cars on the opposite side, we're picking up diapers, all kinds of stuff. So, I was trying to see if we can get one placed near there. So that's different for township property. Thank you, though, for that. And literally less.
Counselor Birmingham?
I just have one question on the top, it's, what is it, page 40? Oh my gosh, my eyesight is, I can't read the page number, but it just says Record Recognition System, Inc., and it's $55,000, and it says non-fair and open contract to purchase, and then there's nothing. So I'm just wondering, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe if anyone knows what that is that the license plate reader says it? Okay.
No, but
Anyway, I'm fine, but I'll just follow up on that.
Yeah, we can request a copy of the purchase order. The CFO or Mr. Marks can send us a copy of what this is for.
Yeah, from the name of it, I think it's something to do with,
I'll find out.
yeah, okay, cameras.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. At this point in time, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to executive session. During this time, we ask that the public remove yourself from the premises. The purpose of this meeting will be to discuss personnel and contract matters. We will return to chambers after we have had the discussion, and I do anticipate that there will be action taken after our meeting. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? 5-minute break, please. Thank you. We are now coming out of executive session where we talked about personnel and contract matters, and we are going to assume new business resolutions. I'd like to withdraw new business resolution 18. I so move. Well, I don't have to withdraw it. I can just make a motion, right? To withdraw 18?
Yes, Mayor, I understand that you want to withdraw agenda item number 18. That's
Yes.
what I heard. Is there any objections? Is there a second?
Okay.
18 is the resolution that has the blanks in it.
Correct.
Okay.
Now I'd like to make a motion for resolution.
No, I'm sorry, so that was not seconded.
That's
So-
what I'm waiting
Right,
for.
So there's no second.
Oh, it has to be voted on.
If I understood right, Mayor, you're making a motion to withdraw agenda item number 18, which is the resolution in
That was
front of us
blank.
that has blanks in it.
Correct.
So if there's a second and you want to call the question, I'm ready.
A second.
So, no,
No,
because
item
19 is the
19
one
has
that
a
has
name
the
on it.
blanks that you want on it. Number 18 is the one that I put in there that didn't have anybody, and I was going to put, if we voted on someone else, I was going to put their name in. 19 is the one that has everything that the group said
Got it.
that you all wanted. So I'd like to make a motion. So there was a second. Do we have
Yes,
to do a
ma'am.
roll call vote, or can we
You
do
can
this?
do that by voice if you
All in
choose.
favor of withdrawing Resolution 18, which I can't even see, whichever it was, there's no, right, number 18 on new business resolution ordinance. Opposed? Abstentions. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to, for Resolution 19, which is a resolution appointing Clary, Jacoby, Alfieri, and Jacobs as the interim attorney. And I'd like to put an amendment that they not be considered for our permanent attorney. And I so move. Roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Are we voting on the amendment?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So my vote on the amendment is no.
Counselor Birmingham?
Abstain.
Counselor D'Amato?
Abstain.
Counselor Lockman?
No.
Counselor Toller absent. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion was defeated.
Okay, so somebody else can do the resolution.
Okay, so I'd like to put forward item number 19, the resolution appointing Cleary, Jacoby, Alfieri, and Jacobs as interim township attorney commencing May 1st, with John Chintowski serving as a primary attorney for the township for a period of 120 days or until such time as a township attorney is appointed. And the terms shall be the same as the prior appointment. I so move.
Second, excuse me.
So discussion on this matter. I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to this because individuals did what I call pick-a-pal attorney and decided because someone had been here on 2 occasions before and they were rushing to hastily bring in an interim attorney that they were going to pick-a-pal without considering any of the other people, which is in protocol with the hiring process, and not at all consider other candidates. And we did have other candidates. We put out a RFQ, we put out other things, and we have other people that were not concerned. And so unilaterally, without going through the appropriate hiring process, now we're being asked to bring someone in because people are concerned about that. I'm never in favor of doing pick-a-pal anything. I think that it's wrong. I think that there should have been an opportunity for us to even interview this, the John interviewed, John Tuntevsky, and to try to figure out if this will be, whether it's for 1 month, whether it's for 4 months, is this the best thing that we can do for our township? We have a lot of legal matters before us, and we need to make sure that we have the best thing that we can to offer our township. So because of the manner that it's here, because I believe that the process is wrong for hiring people. You can't put out a request for applicants and then not consider any of them just because this particular firm, the Cleary, Jacoby, Alfieri, and Jacobs, they're representing us now. And so now to terminate that same group and then turn around and say, but now we're going to hire that same group. We're just going to hire that same group and put a different name. It does not seem like that is the appropriate way. If we're going to keep the same firm, then we should just be able to extend that without that. Once you put out a request for people to send in their resumes and to be considered for a job, at a minimum, we need to respect that and we need to review them. We need to have discussion and we need to make some intelligent decisions. So I really am opposed to the way that this is coming before us, and I'm not going to feel pressured into voting for something that is not the appropriate way that you do that. And what does this do? This sends a signal to people at a time when we need all of the best attorneys, and we have many, many wonderful attorneys who have put in applications to be considered here, that regardless of the fact that you all took your time to send in the resumes and said, let us know that you're very interested in this position, they already decided, pick a pal, without looking at your resumes, that they're going to bring somebody in here for a period of 120 days, according to this, without considering you. That is not who I am. I am embarrassed that that is what's being represented here tonight, and I will not be a part of this type of hiring process. And I really hope that we will be able to at least have conversations, as I have with other attorneys who specialize in these types of hiring process, to make sure that this is what's right and good and the best that we can do here and what is expected of us once we put out a request for some services. So no, I'm not going to participate in this.
May I? I'm going to be very brief because I think we need to just, it's very late and we need to just vote on this. All I will say that is that what was just said is a complete mischaracterization of what's occurred. And I think we just need to carry on with a process, a professional process, and hire a permanent attorney. And I think that the firm of Cleary Jacoby and Mr. Chintevsky are the logical choice to fill the seat until we hire the permanent attorney. And I will, the last thing I'll say is that emails are operable. So I would like to move this forward for a vote.
And I'd just like to say that I encourage all of you that put in your applications and have suggested that you'd like to be considered to definitely follow up. You know, people can sit here and say something is mischaracterization. I'm just telling you what happened. You can read it. You read top of here. It says appointing Cleary, Jacoby, Alfieri, and Jacobs as interim attorney. We have that firm now as our attorneys. So the process is just something that I'm not familiar with. I've also spoken to many attorneys, and I'm just saying this is not, I don't believe it's the best that we can do. That's not a mischaracterization when I'm speaking and saying that this is definitely not what I would expect in terms of a hiring process. Once we put out a request to get some services, people replied, and we're just going to pick somebody because they were here twice before, the same firm that we now have, just a different name.
Okay, can we vote on this, please? I need.
We're ready to vote.
We already
Is there
did that.
any other discussion?
No.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller absent, Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
No. Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? Good night, everyone. Have a great evening.